down south, Piracy wins it impressively. Turning mode, gone on to win this Arabian Cup. Terrific finish.
International Trophy, and he won it, and he deserved that one. I was not surprising, but I was very excited to see the performance that Galen had run huge run in the Bahrain International Trophy, came second, and he showed his performance as well in Hong Kong as well. He came, he ran a very competitive race there as well, and it was a very good run for him.
Now, close to home or around these parts, it's been a very busy week, very important week, of course, Bahrain National Day, and there was racing here yesterday. I popped along for a little bit, saw you on duty, but you were fairly well covered up, because don't get this to fool you in the slightest, because the weather we've got today was quite different to what we had yesterday, was it not?
Absolutely, it was heavy rain, windy, cold. As I said, I saw the connections they are coming from outside for the series. I said to them, you brought the weather with you guys. The rain is like, maybe they thought, they didn't expect that Bahrain weather will be like that, and it's like rain and cold. We expect that we will have a cold weather, but it's not as same as we saw yesterday. I was impressive, to be honest. but it's nice, you know, it's nice. It was. And today we enjoy the weather. The weather today is very nice.
And we'll get an update on conditions shortly, but I do believe that Andy Wyatt and his team of ground staff here would have been the only people in the Kingdom of Bahrain, of course the people that work on the grass itself, would have been actually quite welcoming of the stuff that came down, because it's probably brought us to a really happy racing surface, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think the ground is very in good condition. Andrew White, he's doing a very good job with the ground. As you said previously, the ground will be like
So the first two Turf Series races to look forward to, the middle distance horses, the sprinters. We're also going to enjoy some of the best local horses around, those being the likes of Zeal, the fairly iconic now byline, so to KHALIFA as well. So it's not all about the last couple of races, there's a strong undercard as well. It's time we got out to meet our reporter out and about today, very familiar face of course in these parts, Ali Vance. Good afternoon, who's out on track?
Yeah, a really super card this evening, heralding the return of the Turf Series now in its 5th season. Now, last Saturday, a strong contingent of British and Irish runners made their way out here, flew out here, and those horses are going to be based here over the winter, right through to the beginning of March. Meanwhile, the local trainers, they have certainly been bolstering their team, looking to keep the silverware in the kingdom during the Turf Series. Now, today is the second day of a 2-day festival celebrating National Day here. Last night's racing, evening racing, was more akin to racing in the UK, very wet and windy. They had plenty of rain last night, but they've got fresh ground for today. We're racing here on the inner track this afternoon for the first time actually since before the Bahrain International Trophy, since November the 7th. That's the last time they raced here. They've overseeded it, and doesn't it look perfect? It looks like an absolute carpet. The official going is good, and yeah, perfect conditions for this evening's 8-race card. But really it is when the sun goes down and the lights go on that the atmosphere ramps up here. Looking forward to those 3 big races concluding this evening's card.
Okay, let's get to the
2,000 metres. The H.H.SH.Sheikh FAISAL bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup features California and Galatia, another two top draw performers from the locally bred division. Fifth race on the card, we're stepping up to 2,200 metres. Favourite on the international markets for this race, the imported thoroughbreds, is Those Were the Days for Paul Smith and Lee Newman. Sixth race, it is again for the imported thoroughbreds. It is the H.H.SH.Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup, 1,600 metres, the mile in front of them. Byline and Caliph go head to head in that race. And then we start the Turf Series with the Manama Cup, sponsored by BBK. Wide open race with Hugo Palmer certainly well represented, with the likes of Dubai Bling and the Turf Series winner from last year, Roman Dragon. And the finale is the Al Murat Cup, sponsored by Alba, over 2,000 metres. And another wide open race with the likes of Max Mayhem and Knight topping the bill there. So let's have a look at the horses who won't be winning. These are the non-runners. Race 2, scratch number 7, Tofan. 7th race, number 15, Laba Laba, and number 19, Blue Day. And in the 8th race, number 2, Signalman, is also an absentee. Let's confirm the jockey changes. A welcome back to Bahrain to Callum Shepherd. He had a winner here yesterday, and he takes the ride on Midhal, number 2, in the 4th race in place of Oshinor, who won't be in action, sadly. And in the finale, race 8, in place of Oshinor, aboard number 11, Cloud Seeker, is Oisin McSweeney. They are the jockey changes. The scene is set. Here's Ali.
Thank you very much, Darren. Well, the Arab horses are in the parade ring ahead of our first. We'll be talking about them and having a look at them in just a moment. But Ed Veal joins me. Ed, just focusing on the Bahrain Turf Series for one more time. So now in its 5th season, we were here for the first ever running of the Bahrain Turf Series. 15 horses came over that year. What's the team like, the strength of the team this year?
Yeah, no, it continues to grow, doesn't it? Yeah, 15 in year 1 and 27 this year. So a very strong team. 16 trainers represented from the UK and Ireland, 10 of those new trainers, which is really exciting. It's great to see that the series is still wide-reaching, that people are engaging with a kind of a new product for them. So, looking forward today to get it underway.
And a better quality of horse?
I think so. It continues to get stronger and stronger. Races are harder to win, and yeah, the majority of the horses all 90 plus. They're 85 to 100 handicaps, but you need to be 90 plus really to be getting into them. So yeah, it continues to get stronger, as it should do. It's now part of a bit of a broader program in terms of our international season. You see today we have H.H.SH.K.HALID's races, the listed race over a mile. So these horses, although they come for the handicap races for the Turf Series, they've got options outside of that. So it allows us to get that kind of higher rated horse. They can pick from the series, but they can progress, as we've seen with horses like Isle of Jura, like Lucanda, horses that come for the series but can progress to the wider program.
Yeah, there are now 7 international pattern races in Bahrain. Before 2019 and the first running of the trophy, there were no internationally recognised races. And in terms of the Turf Series, it's the first year was dominated by the local team. Then the internationals came back very strong and have actually done very well in the Turf Series since then. The locals then have had to go shopping, had to really bolster their squad. Have they got some nice runners for this season?
Yeah, it looks like it. And it looks very competitive today. It'll be competitive every week. That's the beauty, I suppose, of the series. And you've got our best horses here against the horses that are coming over. And yeah, look, we'll see. We had a very even split last year. We had 12 different winners across the Turf Series races, and of the whole international season, 9 won by international horses and 9 won by horses here. So if we can get that balance again, that'd be perfect. A
fun, friendly rivalry. Enjoy the racing this evening. Thank you very much, Ed.
Just one final point, Ali. From all of us at the Turf Club, we're very, very sad to hear the news of Sir Johnny Weatherby. As a club, we've worked with Weatherby's for a number of years, so Johnny's input to racing will be deeply missed, and we'd like to pass on condolences to the Weatherby family.
Lovely words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Echo all of those words as well on the passing, very sad passing, as we learned very recently indeed, the passing of Johnny Weatherby. We are about to bring in the first of 8 races today, and it is for the purebred Arabian races. Looking forward to dissecting this race in due course with NASSER. These are the runners. This is His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. And 1,600 metres is the trip. It might just be that we've got 5, although to all intents and purposes 2 of these are the big 2, one of which is Kahalan Al Adiyat 1894. Number 2 is Kahalan Al Adiyat 1915. 3 is Molshan 1912. Bayan 1847 is number 4, and the fascinating runner at the bottom, that is Tuwaisan 1844. And between the top horse and the bottom horse, they've won 16 races. It is 8 apiece, and I'm sure plenty will have split opinion as to who is likely to win a 9th contest. We will start by looking at horse number 2, and that is Kahalan Al Adiyat 1915, who remains a maiden. The form, certainly in the context of what the others have done, would read rather low in what the principals have been doing, and has it all to do. That's Kahalan Al Adiyat 1915.
Horse number 3, Molshan 1912, ridden by Hassan Al-Saffar, sorry, and trained by Yusuf Al-Bu'ainain, drawn number 4, and he's a very competitive horse and consist.
A very busy 2025 for that horse. Number 4 is a Bayan 1847. Ben, why did I say it looks like first success out here? The form looks to have reached a better level in 3 starts. 1-2 starts ago. The extra distance looks good.
Here we see horse number 5, the King's Cup winner, Tuwaisan 1844, ridden by Ibrahim Nader and trained by Yusuf Al-Bu'ainain. He's a very consistent horse. He won his first time out this season, and looking forward to see his performance today.
Just keeps winning, doesn't he? We'll find out. He's up against a pretty formidable foe in the form of Kahalan Al Adiyat 1894, who we will come to. But this, no doubt, is one of the big players in the race, Tuwaisan 1844. He won the final starts, 4 starts of last year, and picks up where he left off, winning last time. Perhaps a little more work-like than ideal, but he is the King's Cup winner, as Nasser said, and has some of the best form going into this race. We haven't seen the key protagonist up against him, Kahalan Al Adiyat 1894, who finished last season with a brace of successes before picking up where he left off, winning at the start of the season back on the 7th of November. There he is. Dominant winner of what was this race last year. And just watching back that success last time out, he broke very smoothly from the stalls, got to the lead and killed off the race, I think, as a contest. Some way out was way too good. But in the form of horse 5, Tuwaisan 1844, perhaps he faces his biggest test, certainly in recent times. Which of the big 2 do you like, Nasser?
It's a very hard between both of them, but I will start with Tuwaisan. He's a very straightforward horse. Since we see the blinkers on him, we see the horses. He's a different. As he won the King's Cup, as I said, last season.
Yeah. Won
his seasonal debut over 7 furlong. Today is a mile. I don't think will be an issue for the horse, because he won on 1600 meters. So I think the distance will suit him better, because we saw the horse last race. He shows a good turn of foot last furlong, and with the extra furlong will be suitable for him.
So the King's Cup winner of last year taking on Kahalan Al Adiyat, who won the Alba Cup last time. This time last year, ended up going on to run in the Crown Prince's Cup. We would anticipate that come the best races for these purebred Arabians, both of these horses are likely to be involved, aren't they?
Yeah, I would just want to announce something. We usually see Abdurrahim Jassim rode Kahalan Al Adiyat, that we wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah.
But Yusuf Tahar, he used the apprentice jockey to just equal the weights between KHALIFA Adiyat with the Tuwaisan and the other horses. So this will be like an advantage for KHALIFA Adiyat. He won his first time out this season with Abdulrahim Jassim. Was a very comfortable one, hands and heels. So I think today Tuwaisan will face like a proper one to.
Do you think, could you anticipate this being, because there are 3 others in the race, don't get me wrong, they're not at the same standard, certainly a couple of them aren't, but do you anticipate this being quite a tactical race maybe between our big 2?
Absolutely will be tactical. If we saw the cards, Yusuf Al-Bu'ainin, the trainer, have 3 horses on this race. So ideally that KHALIFA Al-Adiyat 1915 will be like a base maker for Tuwaisan. But on same time, we have to see the way KHALIFA Al-Adiyat will run. KHALIFA Al-Adiyat usually go to the front.
Yeah.
So Yusuf Al-Bu'ainin, he will send KHALIFA Al-Adiyat 1915 with the KHALIFA Al-Adiyat 1894. Both of them will be in the front. So it's more tactical will be this race. I think it's hard to just pick any one of them, but there is a horses as well. Another horses will be in this race. As an example, Arabian 1847.
If one of the big 2, as it were to underperform, would Arabian 1847 be the next alternative?
Absolutely. He's a very consistent horse.
Yeah.
His record this season, second, first, second. So he has the ability, but step up in the class. Need to see his performance today.
And I thought his run last time behind, it was another Arabian, wasn't it, 1893. Yeah. Not always the easiest, certainly for the travelling Englishman coming abroad, but watching him back as well over the 1400 metres of Arabian 1847, when he pressed hard and really went powerfully down the outside, that was over 1400 metres. Now, just the sheer logic, and we know what this horse can do, the extra distance is the positive, isn't it? Yeah,
absolutely. When you see the car, we normally saw Yusuf Tahir just participate with 2-3 horses in the race for the Arabian, I mean. I think, in his opinion, that KHALIFA Al-Adiyat will be enough for this race.
Yeah.
So no need for a base maker because he will go in the front. So it's easy and simple. But the other trainers will just leave him alone in the front, as we saw it in the last a couple of races that we will find out after the race.
You know what, we just going through this as well today. If you are just joining us, welcome along, and where have you been? We've got 2 Turf Series races to look forward to, as races 7 and 8, but the undercard, everything that builds up to it, as NASSER will attest, is really strong, and in particular later we've got the Purebred Arabian race, good clash between horses 1 and 5. I thought that race later, where Byline, who's got 17 wins to his name, now trained by the Kublas, goes up against the star KHALIFA, who's back to calmer waters, back to 1600 metres. That race in itself looks absolutely cracking.
Absolutely. When you see, like, as we all know, like, Byline is champion of mile in Bahrain.
Do you love him as a local
absolutely,
man?
Yeah. Absolutely. Who's not love Byline? I think all the audience, they are waiting for this race to see Byline and his usual performance, I can say. KHALIFA, Group 1 horse in Germany, will be on with him on same race.
Who's going to win that one?
It's hard. So when you just go back to see, like, KHALIFA rated 111, Byline in his distance, and the same. I think everything is suitable for Byline, but we need to see KHALIFA performance on this race and how he will perform, I can say, on this race. It's hard to pick between both of them. First time they raced against each other, so yeah, I think.
Okay, we'll wait till nearer the time. I'll give you plenty of time between now and then. You know, you've got good clashes between horses like Galatia and Mediterranean Moon. A couple of Oaks winners face off in a good race later. We've got Zeal, one of the best local horses around, bar none. He is just a superstar sprinter as well. And we are going to bring you coverage from the air as well, as horses go forward for the first race of the day. So just a quick one. It is a case of 1v5. Who wins?
I will go with Tuwaisan 1844. I think in his distance, and he will be the one to beat.
Okay, it's horse 5 for Nasser. I'm going to go horse 1 to win this as we go across to Darren for the first call today.
Runners loading the stalls for race number 1 for the purebred Arabians. Over a mile, 1,600 metres the journey, field of 5, and they're all in. Starter holds them, and they're off. 1,600 metres the journey. Kahalan Al Adiyat number 2 is receiving quite a bit of encouragement to step forward. 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat is prominent as they link onto the main track from the chute. Tuwaisan is just in behind, and then Obeyan with the black cap, yellow cap of Mulolshan. Going on down the far side, and it is number 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat who has got the overall advantage, leads by around about 2 lengths, and then number 2, the cajoled along Kahalan Al Adiyat with Tuwaisan against the running rail. Obeyan is in behind, and Mulolshan is last of all. So they're edging towards the end of the back straight, and it is number 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat in front by 1.5 lengths to Tuwaisan. So 2 prolific winners then, 1 and 2. A gap then of a couple of lengths to Obeyan, who's now gone several lengths clear of the other 2, Mulolshan and number 2 Kahalan Al Adiyat. So they're on the side of the course, less than 800 to go. 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat in front by about 2 lengths, chased by Tuwaisan and Ibrahim Nada. A gap then of another couple of lengths to Obeyan, and then daylight to the others, Mulolshan and 2 Kahalan Al Adiyat. Down the straight towards the last 400. 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat in front with Tuwaisan coming under pressure. Don't rule out Obeyan. Obeyan wants a slice of the action. Heading now towards the last 300 metres. 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat now all out to hold off Obeyan and Tuwaisan. Obeyan to the near side. Rail runner 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat. Between horses is Tuwaisan into the last 150 metres or so, and 3 of them going at it hammer and tongs. Obeyan on the near side. 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat sticking to its task. 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat holds on gamely. 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat the winner. Close places between Obeyan and Tuwaisan. They're well clear of Mulolshan and 2 Kahalan Al Adiyat. So 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat, 1894, has completed a 4-timer. Salim Al-Ajami aboard this horse. Looked vulnerable down the straight for much of the journey, certainly the last 150 metres or so, because both Obeyan and the prolific winning Tuwaisan were charging at him. But Kahalan Al Adiyat certainly knows the winning post here, where the winning post is here in the kingdom, and kept finding, looked vulnerable but kept finding, that was the thing, and has won again. So that is number 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat, 1894, the provisional winner. It was close to the place. It looks on that evidence that number 4 Obeyan took out second place, with number 5 Tuwaisan in third, a horse who was also on a winning roll coming here, and 4th number 3 Mulolshan, 5th number 2 Kahalan Al Adiyat. So it is number 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat, 1894, for Victorious Forever. Victorious Forever's 9th winner of the season here in the kingdom. Yusuf Taha, the successful trainer, and Salim Al-Ajmi, the jockey. So those provisional numbers: 1, 4, 5, 3. 1, 4, 5, 3. It was pretty close for second place, so we'll wait on the official. But number 1 Kahalan Al Adiyat, 1894, takes out race 1.
We built it up as a bit of a thriller, and it absolutely lived up to it. You don't need that many horses to make a really good horse race, and we thought we'd have 2. In the end, we have 3. Kahalan Al Adiyat, brave to fight off and win for a 9th time, to hold Obeyan 1847, who's run an absolute cracker up in trip from last time, and Tuwaisan 1844. Not that much between the big 2, and actually one in the end split them, and presumably all roads now lead to the Crown Prince's Cup to try and go one better than last year for Kahalan Al Adiyat, 1894. Nasser alongside this horse, who looked vulnerable, as Darren said, found more and more.
Yeah, I think Kahalan Al Adiyat, he deserved that one. start to finish easy and simple. As usual, he liked this style. I think the outstanding performance from horse number 4, Arabian, 1847.
The judges' placings. First number 1.
He ran very well in this distance. I think the fast pace will suit him better. And yeah, I think I will not say a question mark on it. And still we are on.
Okay, plenty more from NASSER in a few moments. Let's go and hear how the race was won. Ali.
Yeah, let's talk to our winning jockey. Congratulations, Salam. First ride this season here, and it's a winning one. What kind of feel did he give you?
Yes, alhamdulillah, this season I'm first ride for here in to Bahrain. And I have many rides with Yusuf Tahir and victorious forever before in Arabic race, and have some winner before. Alhamdulillah, thank you for all teams, and Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad, Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad, all victorious forever teams for give this chance this season.
And he really held on strongly, didn't he? Beating a King's Cup winner.
Yes, he also is champion horse, mashallah, and he have many winners before with my friend Rahim Jasim, and I wish he back inshallah again for this season. Horse is champion horse, you know, and thank you for Abdulaziz, he gave this chance for today.
Well, congratulations on our winning jockey. He's going to be heading back into the winners' enclosure on last year's winner then, backing it up, Kahalan Al Adiyat, 1894. Successful trainer Yusuf Taha. Well done to our winning jockey then. His first ride of the season here. Well done to Salam Al Jami.
Yeah, he'll absolutely enjoy this moment coming back into the winners' enclosure as the first successful jockey today, and did so on the first race, the Purebred Arabian race, which we billed as a match. Doesn't always go that way, and in fact we had one to maybe spoil the party. That was 1847, Arabian 1847 down the outer with the black cap. The one in the middle, that was FAISAL 1844, whose winning run is over. Has the horse underperformed today, or is it a case of the front two have just reached another level?
No, it's the Arabian horse. A little bit take time to just be ready for the whole season. I mean, he's just his second start for the season for FAISAL. I think there is more to come from him. I mentioned previously about Arabian 1847. He ran extremely well. KHALIFA Al Adiyat 1897. We expected that he will run a big race, especially he showed his ability from a couple of races before that. Yeah, if we go back to the last 2 furlongs, we see that, like, the jockey, he's a very confident on this horse, and what I can say about KHALIFA Al Adiyat, he deserved that one. Outstanding performance.
Well, FAISAL 1844 had the measure of KHALIFA Al Adiyat 1894 on a couple of occasions earlier this year. The end of it, the last time they'll meet in 2025, the tide has firmly turned, and a horse who finished second in the Crown Prince's Cup at the back end of January, surely all roads lead to that race in 5 weeks' time now. The winner of the first race today in the colours of Victorious Forever is KHALIFA Al Adiyat 1894.
مبروك سالم.
Well, we come to the trophy presentation for our opening race this afternoon. It is His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. And we welcome up His Highness Sheikh Hamad alongside his father, Sheikh Khalid. Well done to our winning horse in this open Arabian race, KHALIFA Al Adiyat, 1894. Well done to our winning trainer then receiving the trophy, Yusuf Taha, alongside our winning jockey, Salam Al-Ajami. KHALIFA Al Adiyat, the winner of His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup.
That's official then. The first race of the day was won by KHALIFA Al Adiyat 1894 from the front, holding the late challenge of Abayan 1847 and big rival to Waysan 1844. There are the three. A yawning gap back to Mlolshan 1912 as the purebred Arabians fought out the first race of the day. And game from the front, KHALIFA Al Adiyat 1894. Last year's Crown Prince's Cup second, or earlier this year, last season, surely goes back there with a fighting chance of going one better in just a few weeks' time. KHALIFA Al Adiyat 1894, your winner of the first. And that's what it means. The dream's alive. What a good horse that is, who just keeps winning. And it's been a while since the last defeat. You'll notice two have become three here on the sofa. Delighted to be joined by Jason Hart, top jockey in the UK, of course, top jockey out here this season as well. Welcome. How are you?
Very well, are you?
Yeah, well, much better for having you here. You had a winner here last night. Pretty miserable conditions, so this is a little bit more favourable as the turf series comes back today.
Yeah, and onto the inner track tonight, so fresh ground. It was miserable last night, but now we're not used to it.
Bad to say, for someone that spent his time doing what, Newcastle on Wednesdays and Thursday nights and things in the UK, nothing's going to faze you too much, is it?
Yeah, no, it was fairly standard for us, but yeah, it's grand.
So how's the season so far? You've ridden a number of winners out here, got used to, of course, different horses, different track, different scenario. How have you found it in Bahrain?
Yeah, well, obviously I've been here before for a few, like, rides in those turf series races before, and yeah, it's just been different though, because obviously different horses that you've never ridden before and in a different country. But no, it's been enjoyable.
Have you been sort of bussing in and out?
Yeah, flying in and out. So still been riding at home and still been riding winners at home, which is good as well.
I want to talk about home because I think you are on 134 winners for the UK in 2025, which is about to draw to a close. But that's what, a quarter of a century more than you've ever had before. And I know you haven't had, say, a Highfield Princess this year, but numerically this year's been astronomical for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really good. We kind of set off at the start of the year, and I was riding a lot of winners through sort of January, February, March, and we were kind of on target to the target every year is 100 winners. And we kind of took it a little bit steadier and just concentrated on kind of keeping fresh for the turf, but things just snowballed and I rode plenty of winners. Obviously, like you say, there wasn't a Highfield Princess in there, but Obviously, GM Jungle won at Goodwood, and Venetian Lace, was it Lace or Son, was second in the Fillies Mile, so she's a nice one to look forward to for next year as well. So yeah, it was a good year, and with hopefully things that we've built on this year for next year as well.
How long is your career now? When I start trying to think back, I mean, it seems like it's been you are one of the most established jockeys out there. Do you feel like you're riding at the absolute peak of your powers at the moment?
I wouldn't say I feel any different. Just go out to do my job every time to the best of my ability. I like to think I've done my homework properly, that I kind of know what's going to be happening in races, and I think in the UK a lot of it is more knowing tracks and stuff, isn't it? Out here you're kind of going around on the same track. It's fairly regimental, isn't it? So at home the variations, I like that.
NASSER is a Bahrain racing expert as well. I mean, I guess year on year for the last 5 years or so, you've got to, I know as Jason said, he's been out here before and ridden Turf Series winner, but how much have you enjoyed getting to know the styles and the characters of new international jockeys coming over? Yeah,
we have a lot of international jockeys, as Jason will join us previously here in Bahrain, and I'm just not in front of him. He knows that I'm always like, just go back to him and say, Jason, everything is happy. How's the ground? I'm just trying to just be knows like the jockeys, you get the experience from them. They knows the ground. They just give you the good feedback about the track and all of that. Years and years we saw many jockeys. They are just coming involved here in Bahrain, happy to base and ride the winners and ride in Bahrain races, let's say. Yeah, so happy to see them, all of them here, and hope they are all happy as well.
Let's have a look at Jason's rides today and get the thoughts. Certainly on the principal two, you've got horses like Royal Scimitar to look forward to as an absolute standing dish around here. But when it comes to the sprint, I guess arguably the least exposed horse and one of the sexiest profiles is Arabian Sun, who looked every inch like a potentially very good horse last year. Yeah,
obviously he won at Windsor, and then he ran at Newmarket, his last run, and they've saved him. They think he's still a well-handicapped horse, and obviously they've saved him for the Turf Series. He's a horse who I think has still got plenty of improvement in him. Spoke to Clive last night, and he was happy that there was that bit of rain. He thinks obviously dropping back to 1,000 metres with that bit of ease in the ground.
And they're going to go hard, aren't they?
Yeah. They go hard here, but they don't stop as well. Kind of a bit like York, you can get a bit enticed into thinking they're going a bit hard and they don't come back to you. So it's a track that kind of pays to be up with the pace. I don't think he will be up with the pace, obviously dropping back to 1,000, but as long as he can keep tabs on them, I think he'll finish strong and should let himself down well on this ground.
When it comes to the 2,000 metre race at the end, High Royal, who's got, I mean, if back form wins anything, he wins it and then some, doesn't he? Second in a Guineas, or third in an Irish Guineas as well, fifth in a Lockage. Really good handicap form this year as well in the UK. Yeah,
he has. Obviously, if he runs anything like his 3-year-old starts, he'd be winning this. But it looks a race where there's absolutely tons of pace. I've an okay draw 9, and I think if we can just sort of slot in halfway and ride him to come home, obviously he's up and trip a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
He has
is that fine for him, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think on a track like this, if you're going to stay anywhere, it'd be here. You're sort of running downhill from the 7 furlongs till you turn in, so there's plenty of time to get a breather in. They do get racing plenty early enough, so yeah, if we've got tabs on them at the top of the straight, I think he'll run a big race.
And for both of these horses, given, well, look, there's $1 million across 2 series, massive prize money, it goes through till March as well. Would you anticipate we're going to see both High Royal and of course Arabian Sun plenty throughout the next few weeks or so?
You'd like to think so, and obviously there's other horses that have been imported as well for the series, so I think High Royal is probably the most high profile of them. And yeah, it'd be nice if we could start their season off here with a couple of winners with them.
Absolutely. Do you get a little break for Christmas next week, or are you straight back to it on Boxing Day?
Can't wait. Obviously, I have 2 young kids, so
brilliant.
Really looking forward to Harper's 2.
But there's no break really, is there? What with wrapping paper and goodness knows what else. But it's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really exciting. I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, really looking forward to it.
Jason, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Jason Hart, who's one of the leading jockeys, of course, internationally, and here with some big rides to come. Second race is fast approaching as we'll let Jason go and get ready for his rides. Horse number 2, I believe, is already out onto the track as we get ready for our second contest of the day. And it's all about the thoroughbreds from here on in, as we've enjoyed the purebred Arabians. Social distancing is the first horse out onto the track. Let's show you the runners for our second contest. H.H.SH.SH.HAMAD bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. 3-year-olds and upwards, 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs. Hercules, who won the Bahrain Derby once upon a time, heads them. Number 2 is social distancing, who we've seen is already socially distanced out on the track. Hizam, big player, number 3. Kazama is 4. Call the Wind is horse number 5. Over the page, and we've got Blues Queen, the Irishman. Tofan doesn't run, and the one at the bottom, who was the winner of a maiden back in New Year's Eve, or on New Year's Eve in 2021, and hasn't had much racing since, is Tariq. So let's have a look at the horses in the parade ring. Second of 8 races, and it looks a really good opportunity for Hizam, who we're about to see, horse number 3, who's run to a similar enough margin of defeat in 2 starts this season to get into the winner's enclosure. 2 runs, and second in each of them to a horse we'll see later on in the card, California. So not only could this horse bring leading form into this race, but could give a timely boost into California's assignment a little bit later. Hizam is a big player.
Number 4, Khuzama, ridden by Dinot De La Sayed and trained by Robert McDowell, drawing 8.
Benoit looks for that first success out here, and a fair old absence over a year now for Kazama. Number 6 is next. That's Blues Queen, who hasn't won in pushing 2 years. Both wins in the career, coming in a 1-month golden spell 2 years ago, firmly beaten by Zeal on return last time.
Number 7, the Irishman, ridden by Rose Downs, trained by Paul Smith. It's a front runner horse, and he won his first last time out.
Yeah, it does come into this as a winner, and in the 3rd race of the career just a few weeks ago. Right, number 2, we teased you with. Social distancing was out on track with a jockey, is out on track now without a jockey. This mare, who's got a record of 4 wins from 15 starts, and she's running for the first time since March. She's been mixing it at the back end of last season with Zeal, or certainly when last seen, and we'll see how she goes first up. She did win first up last season.
Number 1, Hercules, ridden by the apprentice jockey Qasim Jamil. He will drawn from stall 6. Trained by Mahmoud Jawad. He the Derby winners from a couple of years.
He was, yeah. Love the name. This is horse 5 down at the start. This is Call the Wind under Lee Newman. It's horse 5 from will break from stall 5 as well. Second start back off a break, and did win the final start of last season, but 4 lengths to turn around with Hizam on their run from last time out. So a little bit to do for Call the Wind.
Horse number 9, Tariq, ridden by Ahmed Makki, trainer Ahmed Sada, stalls 4. Wish him all the best.
Who's next? This horse 7, the Irishman. We've seen all of them. They're called full complement. That is, of course, the fact that they go without Tofan, so it brings the fields down by 1. As we assess this race, and NASSER alongside, it is a gilt-edged opportunity in so many ways for Hizam, this, isn't it? Who's been running to a good level, a similar enough level, certainly given the margin of defeat to California. When the pair had a good battle last time, California really wanted it over on that far side rail, watching it back. And on the basis of that, does Hizam run to that level and just win this?
I think Hizam, he's a very consistent horse. He shows his ability the first 2 races this season. The only thing I can mention is the first time Ibrahim Nader rode him, because usually Abdulrahim Jassim he rode this horse. But yeah, I can say we can evaluate this horse with California. I think that
he's only had 6 starts as well. Do you think he's getting better?
Yeah. Sure, he will improve and improve. Like, HAMAD, I think he will be like something in the future, but needs to just prove it on this race today. It's a handicap 0 to 65. I think that he will carry 60.5. It's not much as the others will carry, but I mean, yeah, I think he have a good chance today, and he should run very well.
Yeah, California, who's been his conqueror the last 2 runs, runs in our 4th race. You'll see that horse in a good-looking contest in about an hour's time. They are circling. Tariq, not with a jockey at the moment. It's only had 8 starts since winning a maiden in 2021. Big gaps in the career since then. I'm fascinated by Kazama. It's over a year now off the track, but she has won her fair share of races. And she's won first up as well. She can go well fresh, but it's an absence which, of course, is a bit of an issue.
Exactly, yeah. As we saw her in the paddock, she looked very well and ready for this race. But depends on after the longer break how she will perform. But the filly has a class and has the quality to compete with these horses.
So go on then, give me your, I'm going to put you on the spot here if you don't mind. I'm probably going to do that throughout the course of the evening, but your 1, 2, 3, I'll give you 3 in any order in this.
I will say Hazam, Call the Wind, the Irishman.
Nice.
I think that will be proper the scenario of the race. The Irishman usually go to the front, and the Call the Wind usually go to the front, but we saw the stable companion, the Irishman, will be there. And by the way, I just do my research. Rose Downs, more her winner on the front runner horses, so I hope will be, and she's the first time here in Bahrain.
Yes.
I hope it's first time, first ride, first win. Wish her all the best, but yeah, will be a very competitive race for her.
It should be a very competitive race indeed. Rose Dawes, who's of course apprenticed to Jack Shannon, and she will take up the ride a little bit later, race 7, which is our sprint race. She's got the ride on Chief Mankato, who improved so much through last season. And Jack Shannon was on record yesterday as saying how he really feels the racing scenario out here, the setup, the pace, hopefully the ground, should suit that horse Chief Mankato a little bit later. And he knows how to win a Turf Series race, doesn't he, after Majestic?
Yeah. Jack Shannon, he won the Bahrain Turf Series last year with the Majestic. Jamie Haven was on board, and he's absolutely like a machine, you know. Majestic, I saw him. The way he won and the way he raced, he shows like he has plenty of in the tank, and he run. I don't see any disappointing run here in Bahrain for him, to be honest. He's always brave, always finish closed. He's always knocking the door, I can say.
Where's the sun gone? It's suddenly got very hazy.
Well, now
is this about right?
4:30. Yeah, okay. It's 4:30 now, so probably will be the sunset now.
At least, unlike 24 hours ago, it's not sideways wind and rain that we're sat here in. So it's not too bad at all. Come to Bahrain and get some fair conditions. There is under Liniu Call the Wind, who was part of NASSER's Fab 3 in this. Second start back off the break. He's got that 4 lengths to turn around with his arm on their running last time. I still wonder whether his arm's just going to have so much upside to this that could end up just fairly tearing this field apart. But we should see. Social distancing, I believe, is going to be the rider's going to mount from within the structure of the stalls. And that will be the same for Tariq as well, who's been riderless for a little while and needing more than a bit of assistance to go forward.
Yeah, it's the good thing, Nick. I think it's when both horses they just run front runner like the Irishman, the Calderwood, and we are still waiting for the what's the tactic Paul Smith will take on this race. But I think the Irishman will go on the front, and Calderwood will be the hood will be helping him so much on this race.
Okay, well, we served a real cracker in our first race when the purebred Arabians did battle. On paper, at least, this is a big opportunity for Hizam. There are others, leading players perhaps in this race, but stepping out of the shadow of California gives Hizam a big chance to go and win. California, you will see in 2 races' time, which is our 4th contest, up against the star mares, the likes of Mediterranean Moon, Oaks winner, and another winner of the Oaks, Galatia. There are some strong players in that race, not least Midhal as well. Backing away again, that is Tariq. Really doesn't quite fancy it that much. It should be a shame if we were to lose the participation of that horse to bring us down to 7, because there are 8 that go forward for this race without Tofan, our non-runner. It'd be nice to have the full complement of those that still stand their ground. Blues Queen a little bit further back, who hasn't won in pushing 2 years and was firmly beaten by Zeal last time out. Another horse we're going to see a little bit later on. I can't wait to see him.
Yeah, definitely. I think
he's the best.
He's the best. I can't say the best sprinter we have for Bahraini bred horses. He's by Havana Grey, and
looks a bit like his dad, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think to be honest, he can compete with the imported horses, not just the Bahraini bred horses. He has the ability. He has plenty of speed. So. Yeah, Zeal, it's a Zeal, you know. You can't say anything about Zeal. He performed very well here.
And you know, look, I've seen it. We saw it in the King's Cup earlier this year. How much do the local trainers love it when the internationals come to town? You know, horses from Godolphin and powerhouses on the European racing scene come, but they can't beat the locals. How good does that feel for the local trainers?
Yeah, it's a fair enough. The Bahrain Tier Series, it's fair for the whole trainers and owners. The best horse should win, and that's it.
Doesn't want it, does he?
Yeah. They are trying to just.
Oh dear.
Oh God.
Oh dear. The Stills handlers are doing one thing, but unfortunately, Tariq is now 7-year-old, whose last 3 runs. February 25, prior to that January 24 and December 23. We don't see that often. Maybe this is a real indicator as to why. But the Stills handlers look to have won their battle, and well done them, as this race approaches 5 minutes of delay. Horse 4, Kazama, goes forward for the first run in well over a year. So we'll hand up for the call Darren Owen. Well done.
Thank you. I hope Hercules, he didn't do the same.
Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup over 1,400 metres. Hercules to go, along with the Irishman and Call the Wind. Now it's Hercules' turn to misbehave. Now I think there's an issue maybe in the starting stalls. One of the runners, is it Tariq? Yes. Tariq didn't like it. Tariq's out of the stalls. This is not looking good. Tariq, number 9, has been taken out of the starting stalls. So social distancing has been in the stalls for some time. Social distancing was actually backed up into the gates from the front. This is Hercules going in. And now Call the Wind. So bear in mind, number 9, Tariq, is not in the stalls. His arm goes forward. And they're all in with the exception of Tariq. And they're off. They've gone without number 9, Tariq, withdrawn misbehaving in the starting stalls. The first to show is Call the Wind, being followed by His Arm, and then Kazama to the outside. Social distancing, mainly white colours to the inner. The Irishman is between horses in the pink colours, blue cap. Hercules steps forward. Blues Queen is watching the action unfold as they go on down the back straight towards the end of the far side. It is Call the Wind in front, Lee Newman in front by just over a length. Hercules, 3 wide, blue colours of His Arm between horses. Social distancing runs the rail, and then another length and a half away to the Irishman, who's being chased by Kazama, and Blues Queen is the trailer. They're on the side of the course, and it's Call the Wind from His Arm. Social distancing. Hercules goes via the Cape. The Irishman's just in behind them and passes Hercules. Kazama, Blue Jacket, pushed along in second last, and Blues Queen is at the back. Down the straight to face the final 400 metres. Lee Newman and Call the Wind in front of His Arm. Social distancing. Go for an ambitious run up on the inside, and look to the outer. Here comes the Irishman to stake a big claim. Heading down towards the last 300 metres, and it's between horses. His Arm to the outside, the Irishman, and Call the Wind on the inner as they enter the final 200. His Arm and the Irishman. His Arm by about a half length to the Irishman. Call the Wind is trying to rally on the inner. His Arm is all out. His Arm by 3 parts of a length. His Arm the winner. Second place the rallying Call the Wind. Third the Irishman, who certainly held every chance. They're a few lengths on from Kazama, Blues Queen, Social Distancing, and Hercules. His Arm wins. Ibrahim Nada, season's leading jockey, on the ball, on the scoreboard here this evening. His Arm, very, very game performance, has gone one better, has been finishing behind California on a regular basis this season, and they came at His Arm, the Paul Smith runners, Call the Wind and the Irishman, but His Arm would not be denied down the straight for Ibrahim Nada, and that is Ibrahim's 15th winner of the season here in the Kingdom. So His Arm, number 3, fends off Call the Wind, who rallied close home, and the Irishman, who certainly held every chance there for Rose Dawes on a hat-trick seeking mission. The Irishman here at the closing stages now, final 100 metres. His Arm all out, down the outside. The Irishman just couldn't pass His Arm. Call the Wind rallied against the rail, but His Arm has done enough to win. Call the Wind in second, the Irishman third, and they were clear of number 4, Kazama. So provisional numbers here are 3, 5, 7 and 4. 3, 5, 7, 4. First number 3, His Arm. Second number 5, Call the Wind. Third number 7, the Irishman. And fourth number 4, Kazama.
We wanted a Bahraini racing expert alongside. I think we got one. Nasser, I asked you to pick out 1, 2, 3. And these were they. Congratulations indeed. What a great shout. I know the field was down 1, but still, what a good battle between your 3.
Yeah, I think on the paper, if we can say, like His Arm, he's the one to beat on this race. The Irishman, we expect that he will run the front, but the scenario is different because both horses, they go to the front, Call the Wind and the Irishman. So Call the Wind, he take the lead, and I think His Arm, he's the one get this advantage from the scenario of the race.
He's a good horse, His Arm. Is now 3 from 7, and look how much he wanted it. The Irishman, who travelled like the winner, only to not fully go through with it whatsoever, and even allowed for Call the Wind to battle back towards the inside. But in 1 hour's time, the form claims doubtless of California have been boosted, owing to the fact that His Arm, twice in his shadow in recent times, has just come out and won. Let's hear about the success now. Ali Vance.
Yes, let's talk to our winning jockey then. Champion jockey Ibrahim Nada, riding this horse in the absence of the injured ABDULLA Jassim, but he gave you a nice feel?
First of all, thanks to the trainer and to the owner that gave me the horse. And I hope a speedy recovery for ABDULLA Jassim. He come back and he ride his horses. He gave me a nice feeling. That was the instruction from the trainers. That to stay behind the lead and quick up at the street.
Do you feel that he might get longer and look towards races like Crown Princess Cup?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he is bred for long distance races. He can go jump to the farther distance, I think. Yeah.
Nice to get on the scoreboard. You've got some very nice rides this evening. And which one are you most looking forward to?
All of them. To be honest, all of them. I have a good chance with them. I have Byline and Zeal and
I have a couple of nice horses, so hopefully I get another one today.
Well, good luck with them. Byline Zeal, Dubai Bling, some very nice rides later on for our champion jockey, Ibrahim Nada. He was in the winners' enclosure yesterday twice, and you get the feeling we might be seeing him there on a regular occasion this evening. But he has won our second race this evening then. Hizam, the winner of the 1400 metre His Highness Sheikh Salman race. Well done to Abdullah Kuwaiti, Ibrahim Nada.
Yeah, 2 lengths behind California last time, 3 lengths behind that same rival. The time before that was over this same distance. It was 1600 metres last time, but he really did battle, only to be beaten by 1 last time out. This time there was no California, and it was Hizam who was in the sunshine to beat Call the Wind, and the Irishman, who looked the likeliest winner of the race on second start back, having of course won last time and was coming into this off a hat-trick either side of the summer break. Akazama much further back in fourth as that front 3 pulled clear. We've heard from Ibrahim Nada. Well done indeed to Abdullah Kuwaiti and His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa. And those distinctive colours. Your winner for the 3rd time in the career, and it won't be the last time, it's Hizam. And Nasser will be alongside once again to watch back his glorious 1, 2, 3 as Hizam was the headline act, and we'll take back a couple of replay angles as well, see how the race was won. And for the Irishman fans, why don't you think he fully went through with it on this occasion, or was it the grit and determination of the winner that was the ultimate factor, do you think?
Yeah, to be honest, I think Hizam, he deserved that one. Twice he knocking the door behind California since the start this season. The base, well, I can say the base was suitable for both horses and help Hizam and the Irishman as well. Irishman, to be honest, ran a very good race, and it's a very good run for him. But Hizam, he's the one before the race that we expect that he will run on this big race.
Now, did you think that California was the likeliest winner of our 4th race? And if not, have you changed your mind now?
It's hard, but I think we can evaluate this race with California. He will run a very good race, and he have a best chance on race 4.
It's not always an exact science taking that lateral form line, but if you are a fan, it's not a bad thing, is it?
Yeah,
that's always
exactly,
the way to look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Hizam, who's a progressive horse, a nice horse, has got that tenacity to match the good bit of ability as well. Good ride it was. He's Call the Wind and the Irishman, and that pair, or that 3, well clear of the 4th. And there's your winner of the first Thoroughbred race of the day, the 2nd contest on the card.
Well, delighted to welcome His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa onto the winners' rostrum to present the trophy alongside his father. Well done then to the winners of our 2nd race over 1400 metres. Hizam, the winner, in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa. Well done to our winning trainer, Abdullah Kuwaiti. Our winning jockey will wait him, Ibrahim Nada, the champion jockey. Well done then also joining the team, Abdurrahim Jassim, regular rider of Hizam, the winner of our 2nd race.
The result of race 2, the His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. First number 3, Hizam. Second number 5, Call the Wind. third number 7, the Irishman, fourth number 4, Kazama, and fifth was number 2, Social Distancing. Confirming the margins of 3/4 of a length and half a length, 3/4 of a length and half a length, and the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 25.37. That's 1 minute 25.37, and confirming the number 9, Tariq, was withdrawn by the starter. They've weighed in, weighed in.
This always works better.
Oh, bless.
His arm was the latest winner as we build up, of course, to the big racing that is still to come here in Bahrain. The Turf Series gets closer and closer, races 7 and 8, but plenty between now and then, including chatting to 2 newish faces on the Bahrain racing scene, but certainly not to UK viewers, Dan and Claire Kubler, the new training duo in town. How much of a whirlwind has the last couple of months been?
Yeah, that's a really good description, actually. It has been a whirlwind. We've had incredible support, though. His Highness Sheikh Issa has put together a fantastic team. Pat and Val have come over as assistant trainers. The riders were half local, half international, and the local riders, they've got a school here to Jockey Academy, and they're phenomenal. They've done amazing. I'm really, really proud of them, and a good team of grooms as well.
Dan, I know that Claire's been on record as saying you've got one of the most creative minds, I think. That's her words. But when it came to sort of your vision of what this would be like, has it matched up to that?
We'd come before with Astro King for the International a couple of years ago, so we had an idea of the direction of travel here in Bahrain, and you know, we met with His Highness in the summer before we took the job on in the UK, and then here in Bahrain, and you know, we talked about different ideas, and he has a very clear vision for where the Turf Club is going, and obviously he wants to be a competitor and take part, you know, on the track as well as taking the whole jurisdiction forward. So yeah, there is a vision, and you know, I think we've tried to shape things a little bit our way, but ultimately it is His Highness's entity, and you know, hopefully he wants to bring in the broader royal family into what he's doing as well. So yeah, no, it's a very exciting thing to be part of. And because, as you said, you've been with Astro King a couple of years ago in the international. How impressed have you been from afar with the progressive, forward-thinking nature of racing here?
There's been a lot of rapid change since we were here 2 years ago. As Dan said, the vision, it's not just a 5-year plan, it's a 20, 30-year plan. And it's really exciting to be a part of that and to have the Turf Series. And it's not just the international component, it's all the local as well, like improving the horses and the facilities and getting the crowds here to come and watch the racing. You know, the culture here, horses are very much a big part of the culture, which is really lovely to be a part of.
When I came here last night and saw you both in rainbacks, though, I don't think that wasn't in the contract, was it? Come to Bahrain.
No, it wasn't part of the vision, and sort of had to dig out the one raincoat we had, and sort of hopefully it sort of just about got away with it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's unfortunate for a lot of people have come here for the first week of the Turf Series, and they've sort of come out all excited for a bit of winter sun, and I think they turned up and all it's done is rain. But I keep telling them, well, it's the only rain we've seen in sort of 2.5 months here. So yeah, it's you know, it's a nice place to live, and you know, very friendly people. So
and I mean, there's been so many interviews with yourselves, your model of training, which has been so successful in the UK, and the data-driven, the analysis that goes into everything, and embracing the modern science side of things. Does Bahrain allow you to do that out here as well?
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've made a really good start, and we're really pleased. And I think part of that is fundamentally being able to incorporate that way of thinking and looking at the facilities you've got, but actually the fundamental physiology of training a racehorse is the same wherever you are.
Yes.
And it's how do I use these facilities, and then being able to get that feedback quickly. And it's helped by the fact that we've got a very good team of riders, as Claire's alluded to. You know, Ibrahim Nada's been a massive help since day one. He was a champion jockey here last year. You know, watching videos of how he's progressed in his riding, even from last season to this season, I mean, he's been excellent, but his feedback in the mornings is excellent. He's got a very good understanding of how things work here. Pat and Valerie Murphy have had experience out here before with Turf Series horses that are here as our assistants. Again, you know, so it's always that blend of horsemanship and then the data and the science, and it's worked really well. And, you know, we're still learning things, and we'll keep building on, and, you know, you need iterations of data to take things forward. But we've been really pleased with how we've been able to take that knowledge and put it into practice, and you know, the results are coming nicely so far.
Well, they are, and I was watching on last night as Crack's King emerged in the rain to go and win at the top level here yesterday. Has he pulled out okay this morning?
Yeah, he is. He's in fantastic form. To have horses like him in the team, it's a real privilege. Yeah, no, it's really exciting, and looking forward to what more is to come with him.
Yeah, and just, I know that there's plans are afoot as well. I guess this horse could take you any number of different routes, couldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and I think, you know, there's a very good programme for horses here. Yeah. But also, you know, something that His Highness is keen to be part of, and Ed Veal, who's the racing director here, is also the chair of the Golf Patent Committee, which, you know, they've launched their first patent book here this year across the Gulf to try and integrate the various, you know, listed and group races that there are in the region, and create a bit more cohesion to that programme. And, you know, Bahrain, there's one track and it's a relatively small country, but actually, and most of these nations are in terms of racing, but actually if they all combine, you can create a really nice circuit, and there's just the green shoots of that are really starting to emerge now. And he's a horse that really demonstrate, you know, you sit there with a programme book and there's options in Saudi, there's options in Qatar, there's options in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and it's how do you fit all of this together and create a programme for a horse like
And you would have been watching on, of course, on the International Trophy, 5 weeks ago today, which goes from strength to strength to strength. I mean, that was as good a race as you're going to get on the planet, wasn't it? Certainly for its level at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like, you know, for a Group 2 race, that's knocking on to a Group 1 now, and whether I'm not sure quite where it's at, but it won't be far away from Group 1 status. And, you know, if it doesn't get it this year, it's only a matter of time. And, you know, there's real competition in that division, and you know, there is a real opportunity here for horses to kind of compete across the region as well.
The bell has just gone, and I know, and I'm grateful for your time. I could keep going on and on. So just in the interest of time being against us, I would be absolutely pelted for not asking how the great horse is ahead of later Byline.
Byline, yeah, he's in fantastic form. You wouldn't realise his age. He bucks and jumps around the track like a 2-year-old sometimes. You know, he's won 17 races. So chuffed he won first time out for us the other week. I'm really excited to see him later on.
He's so popular, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Alan did a wonderful job with him, and it's one of these things when you take a horse on like that, it's a real responsibility, because he is a massive crowd favourite, and, you know, Ibrahim's ridden him before, so he knows him well, which helps. But, you know, he's really he's the crowd's horse. They love him, so, you know, hopefully he can go again. He's got a slightly tougher assignment tonight, but hopefully he's come forward for that first run, and fingers crossed.
There you go. I met this time last year. If I'd have said you'd be spending Christmas in Bahrain as resident trainers, that's the whirlwind you've been on. We'll round it off with that as well. Dan, Claire, thank you very much indeed, and good luck later.
Thank you very much.
Dan and Claire Kubler, who very kindly joined us here in the studio ahead of race 3 as we move on apace. And another of the very popular local horses is Zeal, who's dropping back to 1,000 metres again. This is the same distance, of course, as race 7, the first of the Turf Series races later. Zeal is the star attraction. Number 2 is Al Nuwayef, 3 is Black Pearl, 4 is Budvar, and 5 is Al Hadba. 6 from the man we heard from earlier on, Jason Hart rides Luna, the first of his tonight, and Wakia is horse number 7. So we'll have a look at the horses in the parade ring. This is the big boy, this is Zeal. Any opportunity, I think, to see this horse is a bit of a pleasure. 3-length winner of this race last year. He is a star. It's a shame, I think, that his record is blemished. He has been beaten the once, but he atoned for that with that brilliant return in the 1200 metre race here last time. He was pretty devastating between the 400 and the 200, so 1,000 shouldn't be too much of a problem. He's got to give 3 kilos and upwards away, but he's the one they've got to beat. Number 2. There's a couple of these head down. We'll be looking at Al Nuwayev. And there he is, one of them, who's got 3 lengths to turn around with Zeal from the corresponding race last year, the first and second turn up again. And on first start since, found Zeal over 7 lengths too good last time. So on all known form, Al Nuwayev has it to do. He is cantering down. Horse number 3 is next. That is Black Pearl. Good win last time over Son of Zeus. And right through 2025, Black Pearl's been in most good and consistent form. Hasn't met Zeal yet, so that's a question to ask. But he's a pacey horse, and 1,000 metres was no problem last time. Budvar is number 4. Very lightly raced horse indeed. Only 3 starts, but has beaten only 2 in those 3. So, in truth, has it all to do, and on what we know, cannot win this. They would be a real surprise if Budvar was the winner. NASSER's rejoined as well, after we heard from the Kublers, and we'll pick up with the next horse on the way down, who is horse number 5.
Al-Hadba, trained by Abbas Al-Muwali and ridden by Hussein Al-Safar. She will draw on 1, and she's a very consistent filly.
Who's next? Horse number 6, I think. We'll be looking forwards. Surely be finding Luna in a moment or two time. Jason Hart, who's got really interesting chances on the likes of Arabian Sun and High Royal, kicks off his evening here. As I think he sits 4th in the Jockeys Championship with Luna. Here's another in the lineup who might just want to avoid Zeal at all costs. Beaten a combined 20 lengths or so by Zeal through last season, so you don't really want to see that grey head looming up next year, and the chances are you're going to see the backside of the grey horse as well, because that's what he tends to do to the others. So Luna, a couple of solid efforts since returning this season, still has it to prove. There is Luna. Jason Hart in those Mohammedia Racing silks, distinctive, championship leading as well. There is Luna. Great shots down here at the start. Excellent access we have at the start of the 1,000 metre turf series, as it will be for later. Horse 7 will be next. That'll be Wakia, Nasser.
Yeah, Wakia. Trained by Jabir Ramadan, ridden by the jockey Marco Gianni, I think. She have plenty of speed for this race.
We love Marco, former champion apprentice in the UK. He's here for the first time this weekend as well. Never without a smile on his face.
Yeah, he's always a smile, Marco.
He was telling me yesterday, he's now the proud father of 3 boys. You would never know, he looks young enough to be at school still, but his wife had their 3rd child just last Thursday, so only a week or so ago. Still, he's not having the sleepless nights out here, is he? So, fair play, Marco.
Okay.
Be good to see him over the next few weeks and months, hopefully, as part of this. But look, this is a race that revolves around, in truth, one big player. I was talking about Zeal earlier, Nasser, just to flesh out the case for the great horse, who's not in shots, the grey. Would he have to underperform significantly to lose this race?
Zeal, no comment what I can say about Zeal. He's the one on the camera now. Yeah, he's absolutely like a very good horse, I can say. He have
7 wins from eight runs. So I think he won his seasonal debut this last time, and he won, I will say, like easy enough. But today I think he will face some jockeys and horses, sorry, they will have.
Does it matter to him whether it's 1400 or 1000? I.e., do you think he's better at a certain distance? Would this, I know this is as short as you can do, but do you think he's better over a little bit further than this?
I think both the sons of Havana Grey, they can do till mile distance. So he won over 5, over 6, 7, and I didn't like. I think it will seems no issue with him that if he will go to the mile distance. But in the end, he's a very local Bahraini bred horse, a very it's a very good horse. What I can say about him.
Who is going to give him the most to think about today?
Nawaif, I think. I think in Nawaif.
Who was second to him last year?
Yeah. Nawaif also. I think will be the one who will just keep chasing Zeal the whole race, the whole races. He's a very good horse as well. He have the quality to just compete with Zeal. He have plenty of speed. It's a 5 furlong race. Any mistake will just cost you a lot. So let's see what Nawaif will show us on this race.
In our previous contest, I asked you to give me the 1, 2, 3, which turned out to be the first, second, and third in the race. Now, look, come on, come on. You're going to put Zeal, I imagine, on top, unless the horse is to underperform. So, Al Nawaif to chase him home, and in third.
I'm just like. I can say Luna, maybe she will run a very good race as well. I have to mention that because we saw yesterday Barak, he ran very well over 1600 meter, and she was second behind him. So I think first will be Zeal, second and Nawaif, third will be Luna.
Nasser, who's back in again after we were chatting midway through in between the two races we've just had with Daniel and Claire Kubler, who've made a seamless transition, as I think everybody thought they probably would do, to racing here in Bahrain. They've got the parents to look forward to later in the Big Horse, the most popular with the local fan club that he's got, Byline. Before then, another really popular horse is Zeal, who's the leading player in this. Let's see how he gets on with Darren.
For the His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup, that is Budva. That's it, they're ready. And they're off. Oh, and a terrible start there for Wakia because the blindfold was still on as the horse came out of the starting stalls. It has now been removed, and it is Luna who makes the running from Zeal on the near side. Black Pearl is between horses. Leaders are being followed by Budva, then Al Nawaif, and then the red cap of Al Hadban. Wakia is playing catch-up, heading towards the 600-metre marker, and it's Luna from Black Pearl. Al Nawaif stepping forward. The grey Zeal is between horses, close up, but in fourth at the moment. Chased by Budva, then Al Hadban. Wakia is last of all. 400 metres out. Al Nawaif and Luna dispute the lead. They're being followed by Black Pearl in the centre, and Zeal just ducking in behind the leaders at the moment. 300 metres left to go. Al Nawaif goes for home, but Zeal is on the case, and the grey head, the familiar grey head of Zeal, has hit the front in the last 100 metres with the minimum of fuss. Zeal blows them away. Oh, by golly, this horse has got an engine. That's 8 wins. Zeal winner. Wakia, all credit to Wakia after a terrible start, finishes second. Al Nawaif third, then Luna, followed by Black Pearl. Al Hadban, Budva cross the line together at the back. So it is number 1, Zeal, the winner. This gelded son of Havana Grey has won 8 races from 9 career starts, from 1,000 metres to 1,400 metres. Just looked in behind the leaders at one stage, but then Ibrahim Nada, who's now notched up his second winner of the evening, gave Zeal his head. and it was all over, game over. Wakia second, Al Nawayef was back in third, and then Luna took out fourth place. There was drama at the start when Wakia came out of the starting stalls with the blindfold on, and the horse went a few strides before that blindfold was removed. All credit to that mare. Wakia has finished in second place, but the spotlight firmly on Kingdom favourite, that is Zeal. So the provisional numbers here are 1, 7, 2 and 6. 1, 7, 2 and 6. That's first number 1 Zeal, second number 7 Wakia, third number 2 Al Nawayef, and fourth was number 6 Luna. But it is all about Zeal. 8 wins, count them, 8 wins for Zeal.
Yeah, it's inconceivable that this horse ever actually lost a race because Zeal just does what Zeal does. He's different gear, and in truth, he's wiped the floor with his rivals as we expected him to do. It was Wakia who got closest at the line, that despite a horrible start from stall 4. Have a look at this. NASSER alongside. Marco Gianni, fresh in the Kingdom for his first weekend of riding here. That is as it's not ideal at any distance, but at a 1,000 metre start, that is a terrible beginning.
Yeah, that's what I said before the race. I said it's 5 furlong, any mistake will cost you. So this is as an example. She ran very well. She ran outstanding performance. But Zeal, it's Zeal.
For context, her last 3 runs, she was beaten 17 lengths by Zeal, 4 lengths by Zeal, 6 lengths by Zeal. Has Zeal just had to do enough to win today?
Yeah. He's the one, the best sprinter Bahrain. The good thing is we see Waqi'a just back to the 5 furlong. So she's the best distance for her, and the distance suit her better. So. Yeah, I think Waqi'a, she's do outstanding performance.
Okay, he's a special horse. We can hear from the rider again. It's the rider of Zeal with Ali.
Yeah, let's find out what kind of feel he gave you today. Congratulations, Ibrahim. You just said easy to me.
Yeah, he won easy. Yeah, he's a good horse. We see him first time out for 3 weeks. He won in a style way. And today, as we see how he came back to the 5 furlong, second time in his life. He's carrying out 61 and the rest 55, 57. So the trainer told me to ride him confidence as usual. And he have a big heart. As we can see him, he lost only 1 time from 8 starts. So he's an amazing horse.
What do you think is his best distance?
Anywhere from 5 to 7, I think. He won over 5, 6, 7. He's a Ferrari.
He certainly is. Is he good enough to take on imported horses, do you feel?
Yeah, why not? I think the owner is keen to check him with the imported horses. So we'll see. We'll speak with the owners. And I would like to thank the owner, Muhammad Khalid Abdulrahim and Khalid Abdulrahim, and to the trainers. You know, it's a big day, and I won on this horse 5 races now. So thank you.
A very exciting horse to look forward to for the season. Well done to our champion trainer then, Ibrahim Nada, winning our 3rd race. And what a hero this horse is. Zeal, another victory for him over the 1,000 metres. Well done to Hadi Ibrahim, the trainer. And as Ibrahim said, well done to our winning owner, Mohammed Khalid Abdulrahim, also bred by his father, Khalid Abdulrahim. Well done to Zeal, the winner of our 3rd race, Ibrahim Nada and Hadi Ibrahim.
Thank you, Ali. And as the action gets better with each and every passing race, it feels like the big guns are coming out and starting to wow us. We enjoyed his arm in our previous race, but it's gone up a gear and then some for Zeal to go and win there. And when Ali Nasser posed the question to Ibrahim Nada, whether it's 5, 6, 7,000 up to 1,400 metres, it doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah.
He'll just beat the others.
Yeah. He's a different class. He's a different class horse. I think. As Ibrahim said, he can compete with the other horses. When you see the last furlong, the horse, he's just like changing legs, and he just move. He just like go by 2 or 3 lengths, and it was easy enough for him. I think it's like
no pressure for him, you know. Ibrahim just ride him very confident, and he won the race, and this is what we expected.
So, knowing the programme as you do, knowing this horse as you do, and Ali tantalising with the notion of imported horses being in opposition, what do you think they could do with him to challenge him now?
To compete with the imported horses.
Where would you run him if he was yours?
I think I will just see the program and see the handicap 0 to 9. I think even if he's carry a top weight, will be no issue with him.
Because he's just given 3 kilos and upwards to the rest of these, 5 in the case of the second. He's just laughed at them.
Yeah. He's what a horse, I can say.
Is he your favourite?
Yeah.
In Bahrain?
Listen, sometimes these type of horses just keep you love the race.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
they do.
Zeal, Byline. There is a thought killer.
Last year, I loved him in these colours.
Yeah. These type of horses just keep you like love the horse and continue to just see what they are perform or what they will perform in the race, upcoming races.
That rider loves him, doesn't he?
Yeah. Ibrahim, he usually ride him in the afternoon and also ride him on the race. So seems he knows him very well.
Okay, there he is, the absolute star. And Ibrahim Nada sporting the colours, of course, of Mohammed Khalid Abdulrahim. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, congratulations with Zeal. Some relief, I'm sure, when this horse runs well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a super horse. As you can see, every time he runs, he's almost favorite. I mean, he lost just once, I think. He got second. Yeah, super horse, fantastic. We're happy. Happy with the trainer, happy with the jockey. Did a really good job. Yeah.
How much satisfaction does it bring you and your father? He bred the horse as well. How much do you enjoy days like this?
Yeah, of course. As you know, my father loves to breed horses, and he gave me this fantastic horse, so thank you very much, Dad.
Now, I did ask Ibrahim whether he might be taking on some of the imported horses. He's currently rated, 85? I think the bottom rated horse in the sprint later on in the Turf Series is 87, so it's not inconceivable.
No, I mean, I would love to see him run against the Thoroughbreds. I mean, it would be amazing if a local bred can beat them, but let's see. I mean, we have to talk with the team, and if we all agree to it, then we do it, yeah.
Well, enjoy the moment then and winning on such a big evening tonight.
Thank you very much, Ali. Thank you.
Can he get too much, or can he get a massive rise, really, because he's beating the same horses again, or beating horses we know Zeal has the measure of? How do you think the handicapper goes and assesses him?
I don't know.
Because you can't say he's done a career best.
Yeah, because he just competes with the same horses. So, yeah, I don't know. I will leave it with Fella.
Okay, we've made the race official. We've seen the replays. It's now time for the trophy presentation after Zeal won our third race.
Well, we welcome up His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa to present the cup named for in his race. It's the third race over 1,000 metres, and what a win it was for Zeal. Congratulations to our winning trainer Hadi Ibrahim. Well done to our winning jockey Ibrahim Nada and our winning owner Mohammed Khalid Abdulrahim. Zeal, the wonderful winner of our third race, His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. I've got another
The result of the third race of the day, the His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup, is as follows. First, number 1, Zeal. Second, number 7, Wakia. Third, number 2, Al Nawayef. fourth number 6 Luna, and fifth was number 3 Black Pearl. The distances 2 lengths and 1 3/4 lengths. That's 2 lengths and 1 3/4 lengths. And the official time of the winning horse, it was 1 minute 00.52. 1 minute 00.52. That's the official result. They've weighed in.
Well, what a moment this is then for H.H.SH.KHALID, receiving a check for $20,000 US. He was the winner of the Select 6, a rollover last week, winning $20,000 US. A wonderful afternoon, evening for H.H.SH.KHALID, receiving that check from Edville. Well done to the winner then of the Select 6, a rollover bumper week last week.
The racing world, it's a small world in so many ways, because the international competition is as strong, and we love to see horses come out to places like this, the Middle East, try and conquer, of course, the Far East. And if you do go out there, you've got a certain romantic warrior to contend with, who won yet again in the Hong Kong Cup Sunday morning, the extraordinary action which we saw early doors over at Sha Tin. A romantic warrior, one of the poster boys of world racing, in particular, of course, Hong Kong. What more do we say about this extraordinary racehorse, who it seems just goes through the motions, second from the right as you see it. Spot the horse second from the left, that's Galen, who was best of the rest behind Royal Champion here in the Bahrain International Trophy. He gave some substance to that form by running really well, but 4 in a row now for a horse, NASSER, whose earnings crest 25 million sterling. He is just limitless.
Yeah, I think the horse just performed his performance as usual. This is, I think, I can just compare it with Zeal. He's the horse will always expect from him that he will run very good. Galen absolutely ran, as you said, very well on this race, and he came second behind Royal Champion. So yeah, romantic warrior, I think. It's like the horse. Just love to see him. He's run on his way, you know. Maybe I can say, like, sometimes some horses you just follow just to see them where they will race. Just put like tracker on them and see if they are just will enter on this race or not. So this is something good for these type of horses.
They can never be critiques, Danny Sherman and his team, for not campaigning this horse boldly and internationally, considering what he's done in Australia, in Japan, in Dubai. He went and won the Jebel Hatter, and of course he was beaten in the Dubai Turf. Those 2 runs either side of an epic duel with Forever Young in the Saudi Cup last February, when they tried the dirt in that hugely rich and valuable race. But it sounds like, as of today, the news is that Romantic Warrior, who is advancing in age, he's soon to be 8, they're going to keep him local and do the Hong Kong Triple Crown with him, and I don't think anyone can begrudge that. They want to preserve him, keep him going as long as possible, mind him as well, because he's given so much. So he'll be staying more local rather than his trips to the Middle East, it would seem. Also on the day, the world's best sprinter, and by some way, Ka Ying Rising. This was absolutely dazzling as he dispatched horses who bore across top-level form, Breeders' Cup form, strong form from the Middle East as well. He absolutely battered them. The nice inside draw to just go and win and make it 12 million sterling. I know they're going to work back from the Everest with this horse again. They've got some wonderful races for him in the meantime as well. The Centenary Sprint, the Queen's Silver Jubilee, the Christmas Sprint as well. These are races that he won last year, and I expect there's nothing out there that can beat him this year.
Yeah, he do his races easy and simple, and just like start to finish, and no one can catch him. He's a different class horse. Yeah,
He's a classy horse, I can say.
But you know, when you, I've never been. I would love to go there one day, but I would feel almost like you pinch yourself when you've seen a generational talent with the following Romantic Warrior's got. You've got him, and then you've got this horse who wins with the rest spread out like 3-mile chasers. This is a top-level sprint.
Yeah. He's a top-level sprint, as you said in the world. He won, like, if you have a same race and name like that, and he won hands and heels on this race. Let's say no one can challenge him, and no one just can face a challenge behind him. So it's a very good thing.
They're horses that just don't get beaten in their homeland, of course. Romantic Warrior and Ka Ying Rising, 2 stars to the Far East we saw just a few days ago. More immediately, we've got action fast approaching here in Bahrain as we go back to Ali.
Well, really looking forward to the return of the Turf Series a little later on the card, and delighted to be joined by Kate McGibbon, who's sent over Kendall Roy. Kate, your first time with an international runner outside of Ireland and the UK. What have you made of the trip so far?
It's all very facilitating, very exciting. My mum years ago used to have runners in Dubai, and that kind of sparked us to do this. We got a horse good enough and we said we'd travel over it. Yeah.
And tell us about Kendall Roy, because you haven't been training long, but he's been with you the whole time.
Yeah, I had him as a 2-year-old, and at the start of the season he wasn't showing much. Then he had a little break and he clicked into gear and he won. And then he won 3 in the bounce, and he brought us everywhere, like Goodwood, York. We've had really good days out with him, and now we're here. He's brought us to Bahrain.
What does a horse like this then mean to you? Because, I mean, you haven't got many horses in training. How many have you got in training? And to have a sort of a stable flag bearer as such?
Yeah, I've only 2 in training, him and one other one. I do breeze-up horses, so that's my trade. So I generally don't get to keep any that I like or I don't like. They're always gone. And even if they have form, they could be sold. But no, we have him from the start, so he means a lot, and there's a lot of excitement with owners and family. My family at home, I have 3 young kids, and there's absolute excitement at home.
And when did the Turf Series, the sprints, when does it become a target for you?
Yeah, well, he missed half the season at home with nothing wrong with him, but just maybe ownership issues. And we said because we didn't get to run him in all the races we wanted to, we saw this. We saw Irish runners, Snellen come over, Richard Fahey came over, and I looked at the programme. There was a lot of prize money, and it was hard to turn it down when he was a lightly raced horse this year.
And so he's running over the 1,000 metre distance tonight. Would that be more suitable for him than the 1,200 metres?
Yeah, I'm going to try him over both, but all his best runs are over 5. Or 5.5. He doesn't quite stay 6, but we'll see how the race goes. If it's kind of like an English fast track, he might stay on better over 6. But no, all his really good form is over 5.
And he's travelled over well, I presume, and in terms of conditions, ground conditions, the fast-going hill like that?
Yeah, he'll love it. He actually loves fast, and not very soft, but he'll go on soft. So even the bit of rain yesterday, it was fine. He's a very easy horse to kind of tee up for a race because he's always going to run, but he travelled over excellent. He's off his head fresh, he's squealing, he's eating, he's a joy to train because you've no worries, but so just need a bit of luck.
Yeah, and you do need a bit of luck because you lost your jockey today, Oisin, or unfortunately couldn't make it over, but you found a replacement?
Yeah, we have Hussein Maki to take the ride, and he looks very capable, and we will meet him when he comes into the parade ring. I don't know much about him, but yeah, gutted to have lost Oisin, but hopefully he'll be over later in the season to ride him anyway.
Well, he's a very good local jockey. I'm sure you'll be in good hands. Good luck, Kate, and nice to see you here this season.
Thank you very much.
So, As the runners make their way out onto the course, let's have a look at the field for the fourth race, the His Highness Sheikh Faisal bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. So over 2,000 metres for the locally bred thoroughbreds. One is California, a bit of a star here, has won his last 3 races. Alberto Sanna takes the ride. Number 2 is Midhal. Note the jockey change. Callum Shepherd, who had a winner here yesterday, is aboard Midhal. Has already won a race this winter. 3, another winning machine here in the Kingdom. This is the Supermare Galatia. Ibrahim Nada looking for a treble. Number 4, Epic Hussein Maki. 5 is Hadar Tom Eves. This horse carries a red cap now. Tom wears a red cap. 6 is Sinjar, and Sinjar is partnered by Benoit de la Sayette. And number 7, a former Oaks heroine here in the Kingdom, Mediterranean Moon, partnered by Lee Newman.
Good race this. And there is horse number 1. That's California. He's had that form boost from an hour ago. Hissam winning, a horse who'd been twice behind him in recent times. And California actually races against his big brother, Epic, number 4. Exactly the same breeding, these two. Won the final outing of last year and has picked up twice winning this year as well. He was quite impressive last time. He's got a good attitude.
Yeah, horse number 2, Midhal, trained by Abdullah Kuwaiti and ridden by Callum Shepherd. I think Midhal, he won his seasonal debut, and he tried to just continue on this race.
That's 3, one of the star mares, Galatia. 8 wins from 12 starts. She's been brilliant. Her feeling of invincibility has waned a bit this year, I think that's fair to say. She was beaten by California and Midhal, the two we've just seen in successive races, albeit either side of the summer break. But she was excellent on this card last year, and I know our commentator Darren Owen has a particular fondness for her.
Number 4, Epic, full brother of horse number 1, California, ridden by Hussein Maki and trained by Yusuf Al-Bouaini.
Good horse. Probably not the force of old. He was a domestic King's Cup winner a few years ago. Hadar, number 5, has just walked through our frame there. He's been long absent, and he's entitled to come on for this fitness-wise because we haven't seen him since March of 2024. A lot's happened since then. Tom Eves, welcome to Bahrain.
Yeah, number 6, Sinjar, ridden by Benoit de la Sayette and trained by Abdullah Kuwaiti.
It's just like me with the Arabian names as well, so don't worry.
No, it's all right. I think he won the first time out here in Bahrain. Question mark on his second start, but today he have the ability on this race.
There's good old Mediterranean Moon. She's been a star mare as well, not unlike Galatia. She's a little bit older as well than Galatia. She's been ridiculously consistent. She beat California last season, has mixed with Midhal and with Galatia this year, finished second in the King's Cup. I think she could win this today. I think that the stars could align. I think she'll run to a level which sometimes isn't quite good enough against these, but today could be the day. The horse is circling ahead of our 4th contest of the night, 2,000 metres, as not quite the same track, but we tackle the Bahrain International distance. There's the grandstand in the background. They'll be looping almost a full circuit of the track before they take in this race. Who is the obvious form choice, do you think?
I think we'll go with the California, who won the first 2 starts this season. I think he's the one to beat on this race, but we have to mention the other horse and especially the mare Mediterranean Moon, ridden by Lee Newman. I think she finished second last race. She have the ability and the speed to just compete with these names, and she's the most dangerous one on California.
Mediterranean Moon.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, if the 2 mares that we know and love, 2 Oaks winners, Mediterranean Moon and Galatia, both run to their absolute best, you think Mediterranean Moon would be the biggest threat rather than Galatia?
On the distance, I can say yes. I think Galatia, she's the best, she's the best on the 10 furlong race.
but we see the scenario maybe will be a different. So I think California, he's the one to beat on this race. Mid-Hall will be the second one, and Mediterranean Moon will be the third.
There we go. You 1, 2, 3. I didn't even ask it this time. You threw it out there. Mediterranean Moon and Galatia, they were in behind Mid-Hall on International Trophy Day 5 weeks ago, and presumably they're going to work back from the King's Cup with whatever wins this. Let's see what does happen with Darren.
So Hadar about to move into place, 2,000 metres in front of them. And this is the mare Galatia. One of two mares, the other one being Mediterranean Moon in the lineup. So Galatia, Ibrahim Nada looking for a treble already on the card. Season's top jockey, the champion jockey. Galatia's in, all in. And they're off. 2,000 metres is the distance to cover. California's been dropped out last of all, and it is Mid-Hall who makes the running as they make a quick beeline for that running rail. California staying wide at the moment, so going down the side of the track, and it is Mid-Hall in front by a couple lengths. California now steps forward, Mediterranean Moon and Hadar in the mix, followed by Galatia, Sinjar and Epic. So they're on top of the first bend, about to move on down the far side, and California has now gone on for Alberto Sana. California moves on by a couple of lengths, with Callum Shepherd in the dark blue jacket aboard Mid-Hall settling down second, 2 lengths further back to a Mediterranean Moon, who is currently just about edging in front of Hadar for third place. They're followed by Galatia, Sinjar and Epic. There'd be about 7 or 8 lengths top to tail. It's California the leader, California by a length and a half to in second place Mid-Hall, followed on the outside by Mediterranean Moon, and then Hadar against the rail for Tom Eves. Galatia, Ibrahim Nada next. Sinjar is second last, and Epic is the back marker, just over 800 to go. It's California in front, bidding to continue this winning run. California by about a length to Mid-Hall second. 1.5 lengths away are Hadar and Mediterranean Moon. They still compare notes for third. Another length and a half to Sinjar on the inside of the light blue jacket of Galatia, and Epic is trailing into the last 600. Top of the straight, California leads by a half length from Mid-Hall, and then Hadar just in behind, followed by Mediterranean Moon. Galatia's trying to get organised as they now enter the final 400 metres. It's California and Mid-Hall, and these two really locking horns, and it is Mid-Hall who takes over. Now Galatia is in the clear. What can she find? And she's finding plenty at the 200 metre marker. Galatia's hit the front now from Mid-Hall back in second. California one paced in third. It's Galatia, Ibrahim Nada's treble for the night. Galatia in the top spot where she belongs here in the kingdom. Galatia the winner, Mid-Hall second place, California third, followed by Mediterranean Moon, Sinjar, Epic and Hadar cross the line together at the back. So it is Galatia. She's back in the winner's circle. She's been a real heartthrob here in the kingdom, a winning machine, this daughter of Sioux Nation. Ibrahim Nada's third success of the night, the champion jockey. Galatia took a little bit of organising early in the straight as California Mid-Hall locked horns, but Galatia's got the job done. Mid-Hall second place, third and game third was California, followed in fourth position by number 7 Mediterranean Moon. You just get the impression here that Ibrahim really loves this mare, and well done to Robert McDowell, the successful trainer. He's making his mark as well here in Bahrain. So provisional numbers for race 4 are 3, 2, 1 and 7. 3, 2, 1 and 7. First number 3 Galatia, second number 2 Mid-Hall, third number 1 California, and fourth number 7 that was Mediterranean Moon. She won last season's Crown Prince's Cup. She's been placed a couple of times in the last 2 starts, Galatia, but she's got the job done this evening.
Yeah, and doubtless means an absolute bucket load to Robert McDowell. Well done indeed, because she's the star mare and second run back this season. She returns to the winners' enclosure for the first time since beating Mid-Hall back on the 31st of January earlier this year in the Crown Prince's Cup. There was a length and a quarter between them on that occasion. And on this occasion, she's been even more impressive. What a lovely ride it was once again from a man having a super evening. Here's Ali.
Yes, let's talk once again then to our champion jockey, Ibrahim Nada. Ibrahim, the Crown Princess Cup winner, back in the winner's enclosure, and you look like you really enjoyed that lovely celebration.
Yeah, thanks God. I would like to thank His Highness Sheikh Abdullah and the trainer Rob to give me the filly. Yeah, she's a good filly, yes. We saw her, she won big races, and today she's back. She had her run at the beginning of the season, and today she's back, she's winning. I'm sure the trainer Rob, he knows her a little bit more now, so she won nicely today.
This is her ideal trip as well.
Yeah, she can do more. She can go 2004, any place, 1-6. She's a good filly. I was riding her out for like 3 seasons, so I know her very well. I won her a couple of races, so we'll see the trainer where he will keep her. I think the target is to run her on the Crown Prince Cup. So I wish them all the best.
And a treble on a night like tonight, Ibrahim, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, for sure, delighted. Any jockey would like to win good horses today and win a couple of races. It's a big day, it means a lot for us. So hopefully more to come. I still have good horses, inshallah more winners.
You certainly do. Good luck with your remaining rides. Well done to our champion jockey then, Ibrahim Nada. A real breakthrough year last season, and he is kicking off this season where he left off. He's leading the championship once again. Galatia then, the winner of our 4th race. Well done to Robert McDowell and Ibrahim Nada.
That's the 3-fingered salute. Well done indeed to Ibrahim Nada. He is just riding the crest of a wave, but he's also riding some of the best local horses about and really flexing his muscles on this fabulous Friday evening as the Turf Series rolls into view in just a couple of hours' time. The domestic horses are showing what they can do, and last year's Crown Prince's Cup winner, a former Oaks winner who had a wonderful winning run prior to a few defeats, it's fair to say, is right back to the best she can show, and I'd argue this is a career best from her, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we are delighted to see her back in the winning closure. I think she ran a very good race. We are waiting to see her performance since the season start. She's now in 2nd start and she won. And as Ibrahim said, the target will be the Crown Prince Cup. So I hope she will doing well with the distance and everything.
So she reverses the form with the 2nd. California finishes in 3rd. Listen to this crowd. Mediterranean Moon in 4. It's a very believable, strong-looking form line, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
I think the crowd can tell you the story of this one. Applause all around us for one of the most popular mares about. She is now 9 from 13 in her career. She's a 6-year-old, but she's not had that much racing whatsoever. Ibrahim Nada aboard, trainer Robert McDowell, the colours of His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa. She's a popular mare, all right. Your winner is Galatia.
Robert. Who was the other one? Well, what amazing reception Galatia received heading into the winner's enclosure. Robert, congratulations. Your 2nd win since coming and moving out to be trainer here. I'm sure there's some relief with seeing her win.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just so pleased for her, the whole team, His Highness Sheikh Abdullah and his sons, and just an amazing reception for the horse, which I think shows how much people like her out here. And for me, you know, my part was very, very small. It's all the horse. She's a very special horse, and I'm very, very lucky to be able to train her.
But when you're taking over a yard and taking over horses, I mean, and a horse like that has done so well in the past, there's a certain amount of pressure with that.
Absolutely, but the horse has made it relatively easy for me. She's a very good horse, and she's done everything that we've asked of her, and no, it was just very, very good. And a massive thanks to ABDULLA Faisal, who rides her every day. He knows that I'm an absolute nervous wreck, and he keeps me calm and relaxed. So thank you very much to him and the whole team. They've done such a good job with all the horses, not just this one. I'm very proud of everything that they've done.
And all roads leading back to the Crown Princess Cup at the end of January?
Let's see how she comes out of the race, but that would be the plan at the moment.
Well, enjoy the win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We welcome His Highness Sheikh Faisal bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa to present the trophy for our fourth race. Well done to Galatia, back to winning ways for the Crown Princess Cup winner. Well done to winning trainer Robert McDowell receiving the trophy, and also to winning jockey Ibrahim Nada. Well done also there to Abdullah Faisal. Galatia, the winner of our fourth race, His Highness Sheikh Faisal bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup.
So let's confirm the result. First was number 3, Galatia. Second, number 2, Midhal. Third, number 1, California. Fourth, number 7, Mediterranean Moon. And fifth, number 6, Sinjar. Confirming the distances of 3 lengths and 2.5 lengths, 3 lengths and 2.5 lengths. And the official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 06.79. 2 minutes 06.79. That result official weighed in.
Okay, time to continue our look back at Sunday in the Far East over in Sha Tin, and some of the most spectacular racing you will see, certainly that weekend, came from Hong Kong. We already saw Kai Ying Rising and Romantic Warrior. There were a couple of other top-level performers to have a look at, not least in the mile. Voyage Bubble making it back-to-back wins in that particular race, and in so doing emulating some very, very good horses indeed. Emulating Beauty Generation and of course Golden 60 by winning this more than once. It was the same 1-2 as last year. It was Soul Rush, the subsequent Dubai Turf winner, finishing in second, and the winner is an expert horse at whatever the distance, 16 up to 2400. I just feel a bit sorry for him that in any normal year, Nasser, he'd be lauded as an absolute star. But, unfortunately, Kaying Rising and Romantic Warrior are about. Here we go, Voyage Bubble, who gave his rider another success on that fabulous day. Zach Purton, doubtless picking up plenty of cash courtesy of his two big wins, Kaying Rising and Voyage Bubble. We also had the Hong Kong Vase, which went, not for the first time, to France. It was success for Saucy, for Andre Fabre, who'd won the race on a number of occasions before. Hopefully we can see Saucy's performance, a brilliant performance as well. A horse who hasn't had that much racing for his years. And when you consider that he's going to be kept in training at 5 and his trainer's track record at keeping established stars on the go and indeed improving them, quite interesting indeed. Saucy dispatching a good field, finishing in second was Giavolotto, last year's winner. Goliath, former King George winner, finished third. Arifa was fourth, and Los Angeles for Aidan O'Brien finished in fifth. Saucy, the Arc third, might well go back to the Shima Classic in Dubai come the end of March. And he's an extraordinary horse. He's a very, very good animal who could yet go on improving. Giavolotto, the defending champion. They're talking about Qatar in February and maybe the Shima Classic as well. And you're going to see Saucy swing into the bend. He was tracking, it was the concerted effort of Maxime Guillon to track through the run of Los Angeles, who wouldn't necessarily appear to be at his best. Perhaps at this point the argument was that Giavolotto was travelling that little bit better, but Saucy wanted it plenty. An Arc third, who's been a top-level winner in the colours of Bertheimer and Frere, and goes and wins the Hong Kong Vase. Fourth win in the race for Andre Fabre. Holding Giavolotto, Arifa, in what was a fair old clean sweep for the Europeans. And I believe that's our time together done for today.
Yeah.
You've given us a 1, 2, 3, but a real steer through some very strong local racing. We've just enjoyed Galatia. Zeal was an absolute star as well. What are you most looking forward to from what you've seen today going forward?
Yeah, I'm looking forward, to be honest, to see Knight that will run on the 10 furlong Bahrain Turf Series race. He's absolutely run twice here in Bahrain. He shows like ability that he should be on this race and competing with the big names, let's say, and the big races. So looking forward to see him today.
Who's going to win today? We've got a few races still to go. Is there one horse left that you think? One horse?
Knight he should win today.
Okay.
Yeah, Knight, the performance that he shows the last two races, he should perform well. He will be close. I will not say one. He will be close. He will ride a very competitive race.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nick.
To Nasser, who's about to depart as we build up to our next race and join up with Ali.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to the Turf Series getting underway a little later on the card, though. Rose Dawes, you've travelled over with Chief Mankato, Jack Channon's horse, and you had a bit of a spin round the track earlier. You almost won, didn't you?
Yeah, the Irishman, he ran great. It's very nice of Paul to put me up there. He didn't have to, and with a horse with a chance, and 2 out, I thought he was going to win, but just couldn't quite get by the leader.
So 2 rides tonight, and given that you didn't even think you were going to be riding out here and didn't bring your race riding stuff, that must have come as a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting a ride, so to have 2 is super, but thankfully the lads back home, they've all helped me out and brought my gear over here today, and I've borrowed a saddle there, so...
So you came very close with the Irishman then. What about Chief Mankato? How do you rate his chances in the sprint?
Yeah, I think, it would be a stiff 5, which will suit him. He normally runs over 6. But I think his preparation's been good. He's a bit of a quirky horse. You don't want to hit the front too soon. So just take my time on him, and fingers crossed he runs on well and then wins.
What's he been like since he's travelled over?
I mean, yeah, he settled in really well. The first 2 days he were lovely and got a bit excited on the grass there and throwing a few shapes. So he's well in himself. Couldn't be happy with him really. He's moving great, he feels great, he looks great. I think this is the best he's ever looked, so happy with him.
Well, that sounds a good endorsement. But as you say, he's not the easiest rider. Is the wrong words, but you've got to get your timing right.
Yeah, like he is a bus, but like his style of racing, he likes to just be dropped out and worm your way through horses and get there as late as you can. So, fingers crossed.
No pressure for you. Good luck.
No pressure. Thank you.
Rose Dawes, who's building quite a body of work back in the UK, and see in a few moments' time or a little bit later what she can offer Bahrain as well. His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup is next. It's 3-year-olds and upwards, and it's up to 2,200. The old boy Rayanpour, who's going to be 10 in a couple of weeks, is horse 1. The parent for Daniel and Claire Kubler, who we heard from earlier, they've got the right man aboard. Ibrahim Nada, who chases 4 on the night. Sky Advocate, Jason Hart, takes the ride on the 3. Nepal for Callum Shepherd, who's got one of the best strike rates out here, is 4. Those Were the Days, Lee Newman, is 5. And Monty Bay is horse 6 under Benoit de la Sayette. And here is Rayanpour, 8 wins for the old boy. As mentioned, soon to be into the double digits. It's a welcome back, though. He's not been seen since April. A horse who, in his pomp, mixed it with some of the best imported horses Bahrain has seen over the last few years or so, but it's fair to say he's probably not quite at the level he was once. Looking at the form and ratings, it does look as though he's regressing and on the wane, but hopefully there's still a bit of fire in the belly. Right, the Kubler rug there, that is number 2, the parent. Ibrahim Nada's already had a fabulous evening so far. So a very good horse out here, the parent. Won the Howden Cup back in January, finished 2nd in a Turf Series event, the Anchorman Cup a couple of seasons back, and ran down the field in the Turf Series opener on this card last year. Never tried as far as this. This is 3 Sky Advocate, very early days out here. Just a 2nd start since coming across from the UK. And finished remote enough 4th on first start out here last time, but I liked him in the UK. And Connections paid 55,000 guineas as his transfer fee in October after winning a 1,400-metre big field apprentice race at York. Maybe this is as far as this horse wants to go. For us, Nepal, he's an interesting horse, as we welcome back George Scott as well. He was in the winner's enclosure here last night. And great days, of course, of Isle of Jura just come flooding back when you think of George Scott. And the trainer actually hasn't had the horse all that long. He came from Ireland, but he's looked quite tidy in the UK. He's a nice moving horse. Continues in the cheek pieces, which were applied for the first time on final start in the UK. Those Were the Days, number 5, who hasn't had that much racing in the United Kingdom. Stayed very well, won at this trip and was tried over significantly further. And seems relatively ground versatile. Enthusiastically walks around the parade ring. Connections paid 45 grand for him. And the last runner, that's Monty Bay. He's had a busy 2025 as that draws to a close. Won at the very start of the year, but not since. Beaten in a few handicaps since returning this season.
Well, Rosie Jessup now joins me in the parade ring. Rosie, you come out because you've got many hats on this evening. You're riding a little bit later in the Turf Series races, but you're here to support George Scott's team. Still involved with them this year and helping him?
Yeah, still very much involved. You know, work rider up there, so I'm in there every day with them. We've got 6 what look lovely horses this season, and we got off to a good start yesterday, so let's hope that continues.
Yeah, this one got a chance?
He has. He's a lovely horse. He's come over here. He's relaxed and settled into things rather quickly. So let's hope for a good result.
You've got your britches on there because you're riding in both Turf Series races. A former winner, you won last year. Tell me about Rocking Ends. Then you got in the sprint for Tom Clover. How did that come about?
George actually put my name forward for that to Tom Clover rather nicely. So Tom gave me a call, and at the time I was free, so it made sense to take it.
This should be right up his street. 5 furlongs on fast ground?
It should be. You know, we're on the inner track today, so that it rides like a carpet. It's a lovely smooth track. So I hear he's fresh and well, so let's hope for a good.
Happy with the draw, stall 8?
Yes. You know, it's a pretty fair track in the middle, so straight down and straight back.
So you're riding for Tom Clover in the first one, then you're swapping and riding for the home team, Fawzi Nas Athen in the Mahar Cup, the 8th race. What do you know about this one?
Athen, I rode him at home quite a bit in his work and his regular exercise. He's a lovely horse, very kind and gentle. Obviously comes back off a winning streak of 2 weeks, so inshallah we can make it through.
But in terms of for yourself, you're very much involved with the imported horses, the horses that are coming in, the international runners, as well as the home team. You've been based here for a number of years. It's quite a nice, friendly rivalry between the two when the Turf Series kicks off.
Absolutely, you know, it's such a nice thing to have. It's always a good atmosphere, and I'm sure everyone's rooting for each other.
Brilliant. When you can see just over your shoulder, the starting stalls were in front of the stands for this race. It's a great spectacle. You can see they're just circling around, and there is Callum Shepherd. We saw him back here yesterday. Such an amazing strike rate, 36% strike rate then for Callum Shepherd in Bahrain, and nice to see him in the winners' enclosure yesterday. He's had a tricky autumn, been out injured. He returned in the UK with a couple of winners last week, and back here with a bang yesterday. Good luck to Callum Shepherd then on board the George Scott trained runner in our next race as we build up towards the international listed race and then the Turf Series races to conclude the card.
Yeah, fabulous to have Callum back, because it wouldn't be the Turf Series, it wouldn't be racing here in Bahrain really without him and his presence coming across, of course, from the UK. 16 from 46, his record out here. As Ali was saying, very strong strike rate, and that includes that wonderful Triple Crown 2 years ago now, although it only feels like yesterday with Isle of Jura, who kicked off, as Ed Veal was saying earlier, by winning the first Turf Series race for the middle distance horses that we'll see actually a little later today, before getting into that role in the established big local races out here as well. So Callum Shepherd, who rode Love is the Law for the boss George Scott yesterday to win, he'll be looking for further success today. He's got Nepal here, who is a very interesting horse indeed. George Scott not having had this horse all that long. He came from Ireland, but he's looked quite tidy in the UK. He's a nice moving horse. He should be absolutely suited to the setup out here, but George Scott with that local knowledge and the body of requirement, you would say, what's needed out here, he's all too familiar. So the loading process for the 2200 metre start right in front of our big screen and in front of our grandstand here. One by one they're going to go forward for this race. It's a smaller field. They're headed by Ray and Paul, the older horse, the parent for the Kublers, who's been a star out here and won a Howden Cup back in January, also finished second in a Turf Series race. Yes, he's never tried this far, but he does stay pretty well, I think. And Sky Advocate, still early days out here. Nepal, who we talked about, those were the days, who does stay well, who's won at this trip and has tried ever significantly further. Connections paid 45,000 guineas for him. At Monty Bay, that completes the field, the 6 that go forward for our 2200 metre race. Here's Darren.
So they're ready, right in front of the stands. 2,200 metres the journey, and they're off. The parent was the last one to go, Sky Advocate the first one, and it's a short hop to the first turn. Those were the days. Racing Keenly moves into second, being followed by Monty Bay, Rain Paul, the parent, and Nepal. They negotiate the first turn, and it is Sky Advocate and Jason Hart bobbing along the side of the course, leads by a couple of lengths. Those were the days. Second place, not really settling yet, the black and white of Monty Bay, and then pulling pretty hard in behind the parent with the red jacket of Nepal to the outside, and the back marker early is Rayan Paul. So the one dictating the early fractions, and they look pretty steady as well, Sky Advocate. Going towards the back straight, Sky Advocate by around about a length and a half, with Those Were the Days and Lee Newman second place, Monty Bay in third, the parent is next, Nepal second last, and Rayan Paul is observing all the moves as they move on into the back straight. 1400 from home. Sky Advocate down the far side, still just over a length to Those Were the Days, with the parent up along the inside, still pulling pretty hard with Monty Bay for company and Benoit de la Sayette, and the last two are Nepal Callum Shepherd and Rayan Paul to the inside, Ali Issa's mount. They're at the end of the back straight, and it's still Sky Advocate from Those Were the Days. No change there into the last 1,000, and still Monty Bay and the parent are disputing third. They're a couple of lengths on from Nepal, and Rayan Paul is last of all as they now make the run down the side of the course. The leader is Sky Advocate from Those Were the Days. Sky Advocate, Those Were the Days, Monty Bay, the parent, Nepal, and Rayan Paul. Less than 600 to go. Top of the straight, Jason Hart goes for home on Sky Advocate as they turn in. Those Were the Days in second place, and then back in behind are the parent and Monty Bay, followed by Nepal, who's trying to make ground to the outside of Rayan Paul inside the final 400 meters. Sky Advocate joined by Those Were the Days. Monty Bay has still got every chance to their outside. Gap then of a good few lengths to the others, the parent, Nepal, and Rayan Paul. Monty Bay to the outside, Sky Advocate on the rail, and Those Were the Days, the one between horses, and it's Monty Bay now tries to assert towards the finish into the last 50 meters. It's Monty Bay in control. Monty Bay, the winner. Those Were the Days second, Sky Advocate third, tight fourth between the parents and Nepal, and they're chased in by Rayan Paul. So Monty Bay has gone on to collect in our fifth race, the H.H.SH. Sheikh Nasser bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. Monty Bay, who would have been one of the outsiders on the international market, Benoit de la Sayette aboard, and was a determined challenger to Sky Advocate, and Those Were the Days all the way up the straight and into the last 100 meters. This is the stage where Monty Bay asserted for a third career success. Monty Bay, Those Were the Days, Sky Advocate. It'll be a close run thing for fourth position, but no doubt about the winner, and that is number 6, Monty Bay. Bit of a shock result here to our fifth race of the evening in the Kingdom. Monty Bay goes on to win for the third time.
Congratulations to Benoit de Sayette as well. He's gone near, but yet to strike until now, and just nursing this horse home for that opening success here in Bahrain. And as Darren said, wouldn't have been one of the most fancied horses by any means on the international markets. I thought Jason Hart was in the process, it was a clever ride, albeit in defeat, was in the process of giving Sky Advocate an absolutely cracking ride. But in truth, was a bit of a sitting duck at this point. Those Were the Days, lightly raced in the UK, stays very, very well indeed. Was always going to see it out well and boxed on for second. But Monty Bay, who's had a busy 2025, who won at the start of the year, is bookending it with success as well. Monty Bay, he'd been beaten in a few handicaps since returning this season, came into this fit, but was he firing? Well, today, the answer was yes. Benoit de Sayette, well done.
Yeah, second victory for Benoit, having moved out here, being based out here. Congratulations, Benoit. You look like you enjoyed that one.
Definitely. He's so uncomplicated. Managed to get him to the perfect position, and look, he's an ultra consistent horse, always shows up every time he runs. So I was lucky enough to get on him today, and look, he's done his job nicely.
He always shows up, but he's yet to get his nose in front before today out here. What made the difference, do you think?
Look, we were a small field. I managed to get the position I wanted to. Went nice even gallop, and he seems to be a horse that once you get him into a rhythm, he kind of runs his race the proper way and finishes off really strong. So no, the step-up-in trip definitely suited him.
Well done then on victory on a big night like tonight. Well done to Benoit Lasseya and well done to Jalil Al-Mala, delighted trainer. No doubt will be leading the horse back into the winner's enclosure. Monty Bay, the winner of our 5th race, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Khalid Al Khalifa Cup.
Yeah, very tidy ride as well on a horse who was, as said, fit. The question was he good enough to win this on the day? Because some of these, I think, came into this with relatively strong form claims. Well, the answer was a fairly emphatic yes. Smiling Benoit Lasseya in the colours of Al-Mala Racing, who'd been fit, who'd been coming probably to form, would run on the 31st of October, then more recently, 4 weeks ago, back on the 21st of November, albeit not beating a rival that day, would have sprung right back to form and then some. And for a horse who's had a busy year, calendar year, winning at the start of it, wins right at the end of it, and that's exactly how you want to mark the end of 2025. And they'll be hopeful of a fruitful season still to come, with Monty Bay, our latest winner, with 3 big contests still to come.
Well, Jalil Al-Mala is the trainer, but Kamal, really, you're the one that does all the hard work. It's a bit of a family affair with yourself and your father, Jalil. How delighted are you, the team, winning this one?
First, I want to thank my dad for the opportunity. I'm so happy that I made my dad proud. I'm forever grateful. He did everything for me, and I'm proud of the team. I'm especially proud of Monty Bay. He was sick at the beginning of the season and he bounced back. He's very close horse to my heart. Maybe you can see the tears in my ears. I just love this horse. Yeah, I want to thank all the team.
What made the difference today?
His heart. And Benoit gave him an amazing ride. We are lucky to have him on board, and I'm sure we will have a lot of success together.
Because you don't have many in training, it's quite a small team. With your father, as you said, he owns the horses as well. A win on a night like tonight, what does it mean for the team?
It's always special to win on such nights, and yeah, as I said, I'm so lucky, and I want to thank my dad for this opportunity and for trusting me with the horses. Yes, we have a small stable and few horses, but we are moving with strategy, and again, I thank my dad for trusting me with putting this strategy.
Well done, Kamal.
Thank you.
So here is the result of race 5, the His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. First, number 6, Monty Bay. Second was number 5, those were the days. Third, number 3, Sky Advocate. Fourth, number 2, The Parent, and fifth, number 4, Nepal. The distances 1 1/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length. That's 1 1/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length. And the official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 23.08. 2 minutes 23.08, and they have weighed in for race 5.
We come to the trophy presentation for our 5th race. His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa is there to present the trophy. It's about the same size as him. Nice to see him there presenting the trophy then to Kamal Al-Mala on behalf of his father Jalil Al-Mala, who trains the horse and owns the horse. Well done to Monty Bay. Well done also to Benoit de la Sayette, our winning jockey, who's going up onto the stage. A real team effort. Monty Bay, the winner of His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup.
Wherever you're watching around the world, good evening and welcome to racing here in Bahrain. You are warmly welcome along to the first night of the Turf Series 25-26 between now and the King's Cup Festival at the beginning of March. Huge drama, riches, great competition to be played out in the 5th edition of the $1 million series spread through sprinters and middle distance horses of the Bahrain Turf Series. First up, as race 7 on the card a little bit later on, we've got the Manama Cup, which features last year's Sprint Series winner, Roman Dragon, who is back for more. That looks wildly competitive over the 1,000 metres. And then our final contest, run as race 8, is the Mahar Cup, 2,000 metres. And again, a wonderfully competitive series it was last year. So expect more of the same over the next few weeks and months. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Turf Series.
Down South China Sea wins it impressively. Both in determined mode have gone on to win this Arabian Cup. Terrific finish.
So anticipation rightly building ahead of what we've got over the next hour and a half or so. Shouldn't be forgotten that as our first contest, race 6 on today's programme, got a wonderfully competitive 1,600 metre locals race. But we're going to concentrate rightly on the Turf Series. And I'm delighted here in the studio to be joined by a very special guest, very familiar face, but not here in Bahrain, Amy Ryan, who is here to oversee High Royal, who runs in the Mahar Cup later. When you got the call up to Bahrain, did you expect that the winter coat needed to come too?
Absolutely not. That was one of the selling points, and it hasn't quite worked out like that. I kind of packed this as a bit of, I'll pack it just in case, but we've needed it, haven't we, all week, because it's been torrential rain yesterday. It's been very, very windy. Obviously, it's a different track tonight, and we've had loads of wind, so it'll be drying out. But yeah, wasn't quite expecting the climate we've had.
As a place, though, as a setup for racing, the track and everything that goes with it here, this beautifully illuminated grandstand, how impressed have you been with it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. We only came out on Thursday evening. The horse came, sorry, then we came out on Wednesday. But yeah, it's been lovely. Everyone's been very, very welcoming, and you know, as you can see, it's a fantastic setup, isn't it?
High Royal, then, as you said, the horse came. He's the star, of course, and as regards back form, we spoke to Jason Hart about this earlier. There is no better form than this fella has got over the last couple of years or so, really.
Yeah, he was very, very classy. He's obviously second in an English Guineas, third in an Irish Guineas, and he just sort of didn't lose his way, but struggled a bit the following year. But he's had a couple of good runs this season. He likes Thirsk, particularly as a track, so he seems to have settled in really well and taken to the routine, which I think is the main thing when you bring horses abroad as well. It's just how they take everything, but he seems to have taken it really well and seems to be quite enjoying himself, so hopefully he'll run well. I
was wondering, when are we going to see Kay Ryan next to the training ranks here in Bahrain with a horse? Because when you think about the International Trophy of 5 weeks ago, Amy, David O'Mara, Richard Fahey twice, now Carl, but it's got that Yorkshire stamp, hasn't it?
You can't get away from us Yorkshire. I mean, you probably didn't expect you come to the other side of the world and you've still bumped into me, but no, it's fantastic. And I think, you know, everyone knows obviously the money on offer abroad as well, and you know, there's such an incentive to bring horses abroad, so you know, hopefully we'll continue to do so.
So you're going to join me for race 1 on our programme, as it were, race 6, which is a fabulous clash between Khalif and Byline, who has written so many chapters in his long and distinguished career, but the first of them was with you.
Yeah, he was with us originally. He was owned by Highclere, and he was a fantastic horse for us, you know, a real nice character, and he was obviously sold to come over here. What a fantastic time he's had. I mean, he's like a superstar over here, isn't he?
He is the Kublas who we spoke to now, of course, in his care. Right, let's get out and wish a very good evening to another member of our team out on track. It's Ali Vance.
Well, on cue, Byline has just come past us there, followed by KHALIFA. Those are the runners in our first live race. It is our 6th race on the card, though. And the news, I guess, from the first 5 races is the wonderful treble by champion jockey Ibrahim Nada. He's in absolutely flying form. He is on board Byline in this race, and he's also got Dubai Bling in the sprint race for Hugo Palmer. So plenty of opportunity to add to his already brilliant evening. 3 wins then for Ibrahim Nada. As I said, 3 races we're going to be showing you live as part of this World Feed programme. Really good listed, international listed race. This coming up now, H.H.SH. Sheikh Khalid, granted listed status, international listed status 12 months ago. A great race, this one, to kick off the evening. Let's get all of the details on all 3 races, though, with our commentator, Darren Owen.
Thanks, Ali, and a warm welcome to you all. Welcome to the Kingdom of Bahrain. Looking forward to 3 wonderfully competitive races. The news is we're racing on the inner track this evening, and the ground is officially described as good for the launch of the 25-26 Turf Series here in Bahrain. And we start with a listed race. The listed race is the H.H.SH. Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. You've heard that this is a race which features Byline and KHALIFA going head-to-head. You've also got the likes of No Retreat in the 6th race, which is over the mile, 1,600 metres. Let's have a look at the runners and riders. Number 1, Byline, Ibrahim Nada, who is looking for a 4-timer. Amazing. 2, KHALIFA and Alberto Sana. 3 is Chandigarh Mark Lawson. 4 is Wantarina Stefan Lajaj. 5, Memento Marco Gianni is in the saddle. 6, No Retreat, Callum Shepherd. And 7 is Royal Scimitar, Jason Hart. Listed race coming up, a mile the journey.
Yeah, it's not one of the Turf Series races, but it actually is one of the most hotly contested or anticipated, so too contested races of the evening. This is the remarkable Byline, who has won any number of races. He's been the absolute daddy of the miling division over many, many years. And there's still a good bit of life in him as well. Hope he goes very well today. This is 2. This is KHALIFA, who's a fascinating runner considering his form, Amy.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously a 5-time winner, back-to-back wins in June and July last year, but being placed twice this year from 6 starts, and was 6th of 8 last time in the Bahrain International Trophy, beaten 7 3/4 lengths. But I mean, how strong does that form read? Yeah. Very, very strong form, and drops back to a mile for the first time today since 2023. So that's probably the only bit of a question mark. But obviously, that a bit quicker here today.
Yeah, you're going into Byline's backyard in that division. Right, Chandigarh, number 3. Opening success last time, and been quite sparingly raced out here over the last couple of years, or the last year or so since coming across.
Yeah, son of Churchill, 1 from 13 overall. That sole win coming last month over the 1,400 metres. That was the first run back over that trip since the debut run back in 2023. So another one that's sort of been playing with trips a little bit, up again in trip today, but was very strong at the finish, I thought, last time, and I think it's definitely worth a try.
There he goes. We'll stumble on the way down. Number 4, this is Wantarina, 3rd to Byline last time. A lift on the previous form, but he's going to have to go some to beat Byline, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. 4 from 20 overall. Obviously 3 wins already over in Bahrain. The last win came back in March. 3rd was a length and 3/4 behind Byline 21 days ago. So like you said, does have that form to make up, and obviously a length behind Royal Scimitar as well.
Yes, we will be coming to. Small but select field, I would argue this. There's horse 5, this is Memento. Great to welcome Marco Gianni over the last day or 2. He'd love to have a winner out here. The win record for Memento, I don't think has ever really been relative to the ability. Doesn't win all that often.
Yeah, son of Metmas in this field, 4 wins from 47 starts overall. The last win came back in January 2022, so a fair while in between drinks, but yet to win over here in Bahrain, and another one that was behind Byline, actually 10.5 lengths behind him, and a couple of other rivals that reopposed today 21 days ago.
We will come to number 6 in a few moments' time. No Retreat, who's been off since Royal Ascot, was due to run at Wolverhampton actually in November, so it's a slightly different route in perhaps than they would have thought. he was a good horse in Dubai last year. I remember Pat Dobbs gave him a gorgeous ride from last to first to win. He's fascinating.
Yeah, big horse, isn't he? He's a son of Sayuni, and like you said, he's very lightly raced compared to a few of today's rivals, just 1 from 9 overall, and that sole win came in Meydan in February this year. It was over 7 furlongs on quick ground. He looks very well, doesn't he? But obviously down the field at Ascot 6 months ago, so one that's really, like you said, you just sort of playing with a few different things. Has also had wind surgery since last season, so they'll be hoping that probably should bring about a bit of improvement. But I mean, looking physically, he couldn't look any healthier in himself.
No, he looks very well. Not the only one to adapt well to Bahrain. I seem to do that each time I come. even in this chillier weather. Right, number 7, Royal Scimitar, who's been out here a number of... There he is. Jason Hart, who warms up for High Royal a little bit later, has got Royal Scimitar here, who meets his old mate Byline again, who had his measure last time.
Yeah, absolutely. A 6-time winner, 5 of those wins here in Bahrain, so he's obviously been a great servant already for connections, but he won 2 of his last 3 back in October, November, and then obviously was second to Byline, beaten 3/4 of a length when last seen.
So they're going to go behind shortly for the last of the races before our Turf Series gets going, with the 1,000-metre race and then the 2,000-metre races, as races 2 and 3 on your broadcast, races 7 and 8 on the overall show. Right, as horses go behind, let's get across to the parade ring and Ali.
Yeah, I've got George Scott alongside me. George, nice to see you back here. You had a winner on the card last night, so kicking off the season, have you got a big team come out here?
Hi Ali. Yeah, we've got 6 horses out here for the season, so we're pleased to get a winner last night. Nepal didn't add to our tally, but you know, put things right with him, and then on to No Retreat now.
Yeah, how do you rate his chances?
Well, it's hard to assess, isn't it? It's a really strong race. Calif's a quality horse, and Byline is like legend round here, so I don't really know how he'll stack up against them, to be honest.
He's got some good form from Dubai.
He does, yeah, but he'd still have to probably be better than that to win this if those 2 horses turn up. So I think it's a really good race. I mean, I'm actually looking forward to watching it as a sort of spectator, but I do like No Retreat very much. He's a beautiful horse and he's lightly raced, so I'd like to see him be competitive.
And I mean, he's a horse that's had a wind operation, been gelded. Does that hopefully bring about a bit of improvement?
Yeah, you'd hope so. I mean, those 2 things generally would help them. I think more mentally with him, he needs to just go and do it. But yeah, it's quite a tough ask tonight, so we'll see what happens. But it's nice to be here.
Good luck.
Thanks, Eddie.
George Scott had a winner here yesterday, and of course has got that long and pretty historic records here now, when you consider in the victorious racing colours what Isle of Jura did, winning the Triple Crown 2 years ago, and actually kicked it off by winning the Turf Series middle distance race on this card 2 years back. So he'll be hopeful of further success out at a place that means plenty to him. So KHALIFA, we look forward to this horse dipping down in grade, dipping down in distance as well. A Group 1 winner in Germany, 3rd in international trophies, mixed it with Romantic Warrior in Hong Kong, 3rd in a Grade 1 out there. Whether he's quite as good now, that's the question. Whether Byline's quite as good now, that's another question as well. They're old but still bold, aren't they, the pair?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Byline's 8 now, isn't he? Obviously, KHALIFA's 6, but they still seem to be running really well. Byline particularly, I mean, that was stable debut as well last time, wasn't it? Obviously the Kuglers were in the winners enclosure already. Yesterday they sort of kicked things off straight away, didn't they? So
they're doing very well already.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's not any surprise,
yeah,
is it?
Absolutely. But yeah, no, he looks great and he seems to be holding his form really well. Like you said, KHALIFA's, he's classy, isn't he? He's got that bit of class, but you know, he hasn't won for a while, and you know, he drops back to a mile for the first time today since 2023, so quite a while since he's tried it. And you know, that last run he was beaten 7 3/4 lengths, but it was a very good race. So I think for him it's just a bit of a question mark whether he's going to be quite sharp enough for this drop back in trip here today.
Do you think he will be? Do you think Byline can exploit that, or others?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously keen on Byline. He's obviously, I've got a soft spot for him anyway. We've known the horse a long, long time, and he's just so solid, isn't he? He turns up, you know, sort of every time we see him running, really. He barely runs a bad race. KHALIFA does have that back class, but for me, it would just be the trip with him, whether he's quite going to be sharp enough.
8th of January, which is only a few weeks away now, not even, will be the 5-year anniversary of when Byline won here for the first time. So the very fact that he's still going is a real testament to Alan Smith, who had him all that time, and now the Kublers, who are refreshing him as well. He's been Saudi and done well out there. He's won an Al Methak mile. I don't don't know, maybe there was a feeling that the opposition could exploit any ring rustiness because he's older last time, but none of it. He's still winning. And we'll see whether he can account for Khalif plus others in our next race. It's a good evening here as we approach race 6, the first on this World Feed programme, to Darren Owen.
Nick, so the last two are moving up, Byline and Memento. This listed race over 1,600 metres, the mile. This is Memento and Marco Gianni. It's Memento in, all in. And they're off. 1,600 in front of them, and Chandigarh is the first away. To the inside is Wantarina. Byline between horses with Royal Scimitar for company and Khalif. Memento around the field, and No Retreat is the back marker early. So it is Wantarina now stepping forward. Wantarina in front by about a length to Memento. A gap then of a couple of lengths to Chandigarh, who sits in third place, and Chandigarh is being followed by Khalif on the rail. Royal Scimitar to the outside. Byline is second last, and No Retreat is bringing up the rear. But Wantarina is the one scorching along the far side, leads by a couple of lengths. Memento is trying to follow Wantarina every step of the way. Break then of 3 lengths to Chandigarh, followed by Royal Scimitar. They leave the back straight ahead of Byline. On the running rail is Khalif, and to the outside No Retreat with the red cap. Coming down the side of the course, and it's still Wantarina, 600 to go from Memento. Memento in the slipstream. Chandigarh in third, Royal Scimitar 4, Khalif on the inside. Byline is now taking a clear passage to the outside, and the back marker is No Retreat, but No Retreat now making progress into the last 400. Wantarina, here comes Byline, produced with a big run. No Retreat's not too far away. Byline has taken over, 200 left to go. Byline by a couple of lengths, being followed in second place by No Retreat, and then Memento. Byline in control by a couple of lengths still to No Retreat. It is Byline who's going to complete a hat-trick of wins. Byline is the winner. Race on for places. No Retreat probably holds on for second. Tight third between Khalif and Memento. They're clear then of the others, Royal Scimitar, Chandigarh and Wantarina, who led them early. So Byline has won it. Byline for a 4-timer for that man Ibrahim Nada. What a terrific night he is having, this man. 3 wins on the bounce for this horse, 4 wins for Ibrahim Nada. Byline has taken this listed race, running on strongly, wouldn't be denied in the final 200 metres. No Retreat clings on for second, close third with the strong finishing runner Khalif down the outside. Remember, that's a horse who won over 2,000 metres in Group 1 company in Munich. Daniel and Claire Kubler, Al Adiat Racing, and a 4-timer for Ibrahim Nada. It's Byline in the winner's circle.
What a wonderful racehorse he is. Almost 5 years since he first won out in Bahrain. It will be on January the 8th. That is win number 18 now. He's the oldest in the race, but there's still spring in that step, still real star quality as well. He's one of the most popular and enduring horses around. And Amy Ryan alongside, I gather it's been, well, I imagine it's been a fair few years. It's almost like he put his best foot forward knowing you were back to see him.
It's lovely to see, because it's always hard when these horses go to the sales, but isn't it lovely to watch them continue performing like this? And he's 8 years old now. He's absolutely thriving. Look at the way he travels into this race. I mean, he comes there with a double handful. It's just a matter of when he presses the button, what he finds, and he still shows that grit and determination that he always has done. He's always had a lovely temper, and he's always been very straightforward, and it's really nice to watch these horses continue on as long as he has done.
Ibrahim Nada, 4-timer on the night. He's having a wonderful time of things. Contrast the ride, unfortunately, on Khalif, the big rival, the top-rated down over a mile, who's run on, I think, for third, but all dressed up with nowhere to go. The red and white striped cap of Victorious Forever. That was one that certainly got away. Would he have beaten Byline? Who knows? Byline's brilliant, but at the same time, he wasn't given the best chance of going on to win that race. Still, Dan and Claire Kubler, they've inherited this horse, and Dan Kubler was saying earlier, there's a real responsibility when you get one with this kind of legacy.
Absolutely. I mean, he's an absolute star over here, and you want to just be able to continue that. But like I said, he's always been very, very straightforward, which is always helpful. He's obviously 8 years old now, and he seems to have really settled in here in Bahrain. I mean, what a fantastic time he's had since he's moved over from the UK, and it's just lovely to see him continue to do so.
is absolutely fantastic. He's been a star, and he's won some of the biggest races out here, not least the Al Methaq Mile. He's gone and run extremely well on Saudi Cup night as well. I wonder if that's still going to be the plan, even as he advances in years. Big night last night for the Kublers with Cracksking. Even bigger one, surely now, with this great horse, who's 2 from 2 for the yard. As we go across and join Ali with the rider who is having the night of all nights.
He certainly is. Let's talk to Ibrahim Nada again. Four winners tonight. Well done, Ibrahim. Just try and put into words what kind of legend this horse is out here.
Alhamdulillah, first of all, yeah, he's a legend. You know, that's his. He won a lot. He knows what he's doing. He knows the game. He knows where's the finish line. He's what a horse he is.
And a very smooth route through today?
Yeah, very smooth, easy. He was nice and relaxed behind the horses. He jumped keen a little bit, and then I got a good lead, good pace. So I said, I'll take my time. I know this horse, I won on him. That's the third race now on a row. So I took my time with him. He was breathing good. I can feel that he have three more gear. So he's a legend.
You have ridden a 4-timer before, but to do it on a night like tonight must mean something.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. It means a lot for me today to win good races today, the listed race. So it means a lot for me. I would like to thank all the trainers and the owners that support me this season. I'm doing so good as well so far. So Alhamdulillah.
Now you've got Dubai Fling in the next. Can it be 5 wins?
Inshallah.
He's one of the international favourites, Dubai Fling, for Hugo Palmer. Well done to Ibrahim Nada. 4 wins this evening, and the latest on the remarkable byline. He was champion jockey last season, a real breakthrough season, and he is certainly leading the way this year, leading the championship. Well done to byline, then winning the listed H.H.SH.Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. Well done to the Kublers in the colours of Al Adiyat Racing.
Yes, it did look as though maybe last year his powers were slightly on the wane when Guman had his measure and he went and finished 5th in Saudi Arabia, but he finished last season with success and looked right up there when he returned last time, beating Royal Scimitar 3/4 of a length or so. But this was the real polished byline of old. This is the kind of performance that the crowd here in Bahrain have enjoyed and been wowed by on so many occasions. It's that ability to travel deep into the race, and then with that killer kick between 200 and 100 metres, byline goes and wins. 18 times he's done it now. No retreat, real potential in second. Khalif, luckless the class act in third. Memento, who was one of those that shaped the race, in 4th. But the star of the night is byline.
Okay. Well, let's grab a few words with our winning trainers then, Claire and Daniel Kubler. Congratulations. Inheriting a horse like this, Daniel, does come with some pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously Alan did an amazing job with him, and, you know, it's a credit to his horsemanship that he's in the condition that he is in at this age, and so I think you always have to give a bit of credit to him for the preparation. And yeah, there's a bit of a pressure because everyone loves him, and we love him too. He's a really he's a lovely horse as a character, and he's a brilliant racehorse. He turned in there and he was full of running, and he knows where the finish line is, and he loves racing.
Claire, what's he like then? He's an 8-year-old. How do you keep him sweet?
He's so straightforward. He's very relaxed going to the track, but as soon as he gets on the track in the morning, he's like a 2-year-old. He leaps and bucks and squeals. He's a lovely horse.
And for you as a training duo, you had success with Astro King in the UK, but your first ever stakes win, first listed win, that must mean something.
Yeah, super special to have an opportunity to come out here and train for His Highness Sheikh Issa, and to have horses of the caliber of Byline. It's very special.
And will Byline be on his travels again this season?
Yeah, I think he's got some unfinished business in Saudi, so that would be quite exciting if we can go do that.
Certainly, well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Watch this space then, Byline. Sealed with a kiss there, Ibrahim Nada. He'll want this night to go on and on. But it's unfinished business, maybe. We'll watch this space then. Across the Gulf in a couple of months' time. As Dan Kubler goes across to attend to his absolute star. And it's almost like being the custodian of a horse like that, given his public popularity, given the body of work he'd clocked up for Alan Smith. And it was interesting when we had here in the studio a couple of hours ago now, Daniel and Claire Kubler expressing their thoughts on this horse, and how Claire said he's almost like having a 2-year-old around the place. He can buck, kick, squeal and show that bit of youth that perhaps his years don't suggest. He doesn't know he's an 8 rising 9-year-old, and when he's still winning quality races like this, and why not think about going back to Saudi and some of the better races around. There's races like the Al Mithaq Mile come March, listed race, which he's won before on King's Cup Day as part of the King's Cup Festival, which we'll enjoy in a few months' time, and maybe that will be on the agenda as well for this fabulous racehorse who's getting closer and closer to 20 wins. And who knows, after the 18th has been notched up, maybe, just maybe, he might be getting it.
So let's confirm the results of the 6th race, the His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup listed race. First, number 1, Byline. Second, number 6, No Retreat. Third, number 2, KHALIFA. Certainly didn't get the rub of the green. Fourth, number 5, Memento. And fifth, number 7, Royal Scimitar. The distances were 1 length and a neck. 1 length and a neck. And the official time winning horse, 1 minute 36.08. 1 minute 36, that's 36.08. That result is official. They have weighed in. Let's rejoin Ali.
Because it is time for the trophy presentation for the internationally listed His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. And delighted to have His Highness Sheikh Khalid to present the trophy, and receiving the trophy on behalf of Al Adiyat Racing is Tarek Surfer, who is the chairman of the board of directors for the Bank of Bahrain and Kuwait. It was, of course, Byline winning this listed race, His Highness Sheikh Khalid's race. Well into our winning jockey, Ibrahim Nada, as he lifts the trophy up high alongside our winning trainers, Daniel and Claire Kubler. Byline, the brilliant winner of the His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup.
door as the Turf Series 25-26 rolls into focus. 5 years now of this wonderfully prestigious and competitive series that's going to go through till March. And the first race is part of the sprint series. It is the Manama Cup, sponsored by BBK, 1,000 metres. And a horse who won this race 2 years ago from draw 17 has got exactly that draw again. That's Arabian, who we haven't seen at all in a long time. 2 is the reigning champion in the series, Roman Dragon, who's back for more. Hugo Palmer doubly represented. Kasim is 3. Kasib is 4. Arabian Sun, Jason Hart gave a good word to Clive Cox, horse 5. Kendall Roy, who is now the mount of Hussein Maki. Unfortunately, Hasheen is unable to take up the ride on this horse or others on the night. Rebel at Dawn, a late non-runner, horse number 7 is out. Rocking Ends, Rosie Jessup rides for Tom Clover, good horse in the UK. Thunder of Niagara, who's shown Dubai what he can do. What about Bahrain, Alberto Sana? Another bar is 10, Hasheen McSweeney riding for classic winning trainer Adrian Keatley. Desert Cop is 11, he's back for more. Dubai Bling is 12. Nationwide, unpredictable but talented, 13. Grand City Hall is 14. Laba Laba ran yesterday, doesn't run today. And the final page, Chief Mankato, Rose Dawes rides for Jack Shannon, who's had serious success courtesy of Majestic. Spangled Mac for George Bowie and Grace McEntee, whose father Phil's trained a winner here. And What a Business is 18, the other runner in the race. And these are the horses entering the parade ring across from the stabling area. About to get busier in there. We've had smaller fields this evening. But now it's going to be the heat of battle of the 1,000 metre opening Turf Series event of the year. 6 on the way through, that is Kendall Roy. Heard from the trainer earlier. 12 also making the way in, that's Dubai Bling, very lightly raced Bahraini newcomer, who's coming a quick turnaround from running at Wolverhampton just under 2 weeks ago. He's a stablemate of the very well fancied throughout the series Roman Dragon. Right, this is Derarin, who's going to come out of stall 17 as he bids to win this race 2 years on from when bolting up in it back in 2023. It's ages since we've seen him though, since finishing a tail ender in a Turf Series race in February 24. Roman Dragon, it wouldn't be the Turf Series without him. The Sprint Series winner last year, finished 5th first up in this contest 12 months ago, but picked up his big points, finishing 3rd in the 1200 metre Al Rifa Cup in January and winning the Al Sakir Cup in February. He's in it for the long haul. Inside law with lowest draw for Kasim, who finished 3rd here, first up for the season last time. First run since gelding as well, won a couple of nice local races here last campaign. From a low draw to a high draw, Kasib will break out of 16. Didn't beat a rival here last time, but did win quite a nice handicap on first run for the season, albeit one which probably didn't take that much winning as perhaps the status of the race suggested, but still bolted up. 6 is Kendall Roy. We were due to welcome back Hasheen Orr, dual Bahrain International Trophy winning jockey, but it's Hussein Maki who rides now, with Hasheen unable to make it. Welcoming Casey McGiven as well, the trainer. And this horse has run in some good, strong, big field Irish sprint handicaps, and indeed in Britain as well. The hurly-burly of Battle No Problem. Drop back 1, Arabian Sun. Very nice horse this. Hasn't been seen since July. Jason Hart was saying earlier how Clive Cox really fancies that the strongly run nature of the 1,000 metres, where Jason said they get going and they don't stop, should really suit this horse. Clive, of course, conditioned race horses like Royal Scimitar in their early years before they came out here, and he now trains here. Rockin' Ends, the grey, love this horse. Made it 3 from 5 at the end of the summer since cheek pieces attached. He likes strong run sprint handicaps. He loves Newmarket's July course, and he had a good season last year. Rosie Jessup's got a good ride in the form of Rockin' Ends. 10 goes through, that's another bar, as does 11. Desert Cop, so too 12 Dubai Bling. And we see 13 walking through, that's Nationwide. There is 10, that's another bar. Jet Setting was an Irish Guineas winner for Adrian Keatley, getting on for a decade ago. As We welcome him here, so too Sheen McSweeney. And another bar progressed like a rocket in the late summer, up 24 pounds in the UK handicap. From marks in the late 60s to get him in a race like this. The application of blinkers, a good move. Desert Cop ran in successive races in successive days here back in March. Ran a cracker in the last Turf Series race before winning a day later as part of the King's Cup Festival. No problem with the track and trip. 12 is Dubai Bling, only a 3-year-old, handful of starts, and as mentioned, a quick turnaround from the most recent run at Wolverhampton was 11 days ago. Was a little unlucky in the run as well, behind stablemate Stratus 9 last time. So the Dubai Bling can shine in Bahrain. 13 is Nationwide. No surprise to see him back in the Turf Series. Won the concluding race of the last series, the Al Fateh Cup, back in March. He's not, though, a particularly consistent horse and beat only 3 home in this last year and finished 9th in it the year before. This hasn't been his race. 14 is Grand City Hall. Tom Eves out here as well. We've just had his partner Amy Ryan alongside. Grand City Hall, no stranger to this place. 3rd to Roman Dragon in the Al-Sakir Cup back in February and ran okay over further than this on return 5 weeks ago. 16 is Chief Manicato. Jack Shannon's had majestic a success here. Looks some more with this horse. Rose Dawes as well, as she comes out here. Stays further than 1,000 metres, this horse, but the trainer really bullishly or confidently saying the track and surface should really suit. 17 is Spangled Mac, as we welcome back George Bowie, who's had a success out here. Had Oliver Show second in the Al Mafak Mile as well. And Spangled Mac won the 1,200-metre Al Rifa Cup last January, a Turf Series race, so knows how to be a player in it. And What a Business, who ran okay in a couple of Turf Series races last year, was beaten by Redemption time on return last time out, is the tail ender of the field. Deep field, strong field numerically and in terms of depth as well. Okay. Team Baker. They're no strangers out here. Tom Eves and Jason Hart, good friends, all smiles as well, and the colours, different colours of Al Muhammadiyah Racing. I know Jason Hart's particularly looking forward to his ride on Arabian Sun, who's a horse with a little bit of class as well, and doubtless some unfinished business too. Al Muhammadiyah Racing, very well represented in this opening Turf Series race. They seek to dominate and might just do so as well. There's the rider getting aboard, Desert Cop. Callum Shepherd with the mighty strike rate out here that he's got, 30+% strike rate. Won the Triple Crown 2 years ago on Isle of Jura, had a winner here last night as well. He's not long back from injury, but he'll be doubtless delighted to be back. Hussein Asghar rides Derarin, who ripped this race apart 2 years ago, but hasn't been seen in 22 months. There are your runners as we go across to Ali for an update on one of the horses.
Well, delighted to be joined by Clive Cox. Clive, you've got such an association with Bahrain and, of course, Al Muhammadiyah Racing, but your first runner here, which is quite a surprise. What have you made of conditions and facilities out here?
Really impressed, and I think with the weather yesterday, it's good that we're dry today, but the track took it really well. And I'm excited to be here with a runner for Sheikh Sultan.
Fresh racing ground on the inner track. How has Arabian Sun travelled out here? How do you rate his chances?
Well, he's a fresh horse, but we had a nice preparation in the UK before we left. He travelled over really well, and I think he's probably helped more by 6 furlongs than 1,000 metres over 5. But with the rain yesterday, I'm pleased we're running, and you know, he has good gate speed, so I hope we can make a really good impression with his first run on the track.
How long has the Turf Series been in the planning for you?
From quite a way out, to be fair. We had a little bit of a hold-up with him after his last run, and it made perfect sense to try and engineer a campaign here. So I'm very happy that preparation went well, and this is a first step after a long journey.
His first time over 5 furlongs, as you said, for him. You might be better over 6, but you wanted to get him off the plane and run him straight away?
Most definitely, and it's beautiful ground, so it's really nice that we've got this opportunity to run.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Like to Clive Cox as well. As mentioned, horses like Royal Scimitar early on in their career were with him over in Hungerford, and he's now over in his Lambourne base. He's now, of course, conditioning his own horses to run out here, not just prepping them before they end up out here. So Arabian Sun, who's got Lovely upwardly mobile profile, I would argue. I know he's not been seen since July, but he's straight off the plane, and this is the kind of series, when you look at the races that will come from January through February and on into March, they could learn today if he runs on over 1,000 metres and shapes like a horse who wants 1,200 again, well, those races will be in the programme book for him. He's never dropped to 1,000 metres, but the guaranteed pace, the midfield draw should give him a good sit as well, and was last seen in a very warm 3-year-old handicap at Newmarket's July meeting. We're not running badly at all in a small field as they split. So we'll see how Arabian's son, Jason Hart, go. Jason, who's second in the jockey standings behind the relentless Ibrahim Nada. And there's Roman Dragon. As said, he picked up his big points, finishing third in the 1,200 metre Al-Rifa Cup in January, and then the Al-Sakir Cup in February. Always been a horse of tremendous support and enthusiasm from owners Nick Hughes and the owner breeder Michael Owen, who's enjoyed his racing out in Bahrain as well. Was a big player in the Turf Series 2 years ago and won it last year as well. It makes obvious sense to be back here in Bahrain.
Now, this race has been won for the last 2 seasons by Jabba Ramadan. It's gone to the home team. Jabba, you've got Kasim this year. How does he compare to your former winners?
Well, he's in good form. He's been traveling well. He's been training well at home. So hopefully we can get this one, third one.
He's been running, he ran his season's reappearance in a domestic Grade 1. Were you happy with that run?
Yeah, I'm happy. Don't forget this race is only 84 to 100, so handicap race. So well, any of them can win. So I hope it's going to be ours. So
he's drawn in stall 1. Is that an advantage?
Yeah, it doesn't matter for him because he's a hold-up horse, so he's got turn of feet. We'll see what's going to happen.
Who do you see as the danger?
Well, I think it's open. This race is absolutely open. So I think let's wait whoever is carrying, so they're going to have a chance.
You've been bolstering your troops, your stable over the summer. You've got some nice horses to run in these Turf Series races to try and fend off the internationals?
Yeah, I got some kind of 85, 90 rated, so trying to get them ready. Hopefully by middle of the season, and we're going to start enter them and run them over.
Good luck then with Kasim in this first Turf Series race, and hopefully Kasim's going to be looking to follow in the footsteps of your previous two winners. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Jabba Ramadan, who's scooped big race success across the Gulf and much more recently and more locally at King's Cup success back in March with the brilliant Sovereign Spirit. And he is represented here in the first Turf Series race of the new campaign, which is now into its 5th year. It builds and builds by way of exposure, by way of popularity, and the quality, I think, of animal, so too the prize money. Across the 2 series, where the sprinters struck their stuff first, and then we've got the middle distance horses as the final race, as they go through across 12 races split into 2 divisions. Well, $1 million is the overall purse. It's not to be sniffed at, and there's bonuses in there as well. Horses like Roman Dragon will have their next few months doubtless mapped up for them. Races like this and others. There are new kids in town. As we looked at the likes of Arabian Sun, Kendall Roy, Rocking Ends as well. Newcomers out to test the locals and indeed the established when it comes to what you can go and do in Bahrain. I'm fascinated to see what Thunder of Niagara, an extremely fast horse, can do, welcoming his brazen speed to Bahrain. He's got tactical versatility, can make all as well, this horse. First up angle can go fresh and well, so we'll see how he goes, whether he can bring some of that group form across the Gulf from Dubai. Goes forward into his berth. Another bar, welcoming classic winning trainer Adrian Keatley here as well. Progressed like a real rocket in the late summer. Up 24 pounds in the UK from the late 60s onwards. The addition of blinkers, not a problem, in fact a real positive, and Ashim McSweeney knows the horse very, very well indeed. There might be more to come from that horse. In goes the 6, that's Kendall Roy. Loads of established quality Irish Sprint handicap form in the body of work that horse has clocked up over the last couple of years or so. Ground versatility, looks just the type to really thrive in this set of conditions as well. It's a long old series though. From now through till the beginning of March, plenty of riches to be played for, and it went down to the wire in the 24-25 campaign. Had to get the calculators out to find out who'd won. 15 points to the winner, 10 to the second, and so on. It's the first race of the Sprint Turf Series as we get going. And the big race caller, Darren Owen.
So the last few going in, that's Chief Mankato. The series winner from 12 months ago, Roman Dragon, goes in. What a Business and Karsib to complete the lineup as we launch the 25-26 Bahrain Turf Series with the Manama Cup, sponsored by BBK. It's over 1,000 meters. Set to go. They're off. Desert Cop has missed it a fraction. What a Business began well, as did another Bar and Rocking Ends. Roman Dragon. Kasim is towards the far side with Grand City Hall. Showing up promptly, Derrin and Spangled Mac, and Thunder of Niagara is not too far away. Kendall Roy is getting a nice toe from the leaders. And there, Thunder of Niagara pulling up very quickly. Towards the back is Nationwide, passing the halfway marker. And it is Grand City Hall, Arabian Sun, another Bar, What a Business, and Kendall Roy. Over on the far side is Nationwide. Kasim's just in behind them from Roman Dragon, and then comes Desert Cop. Chief Mankato not too far off the leaders. Dubai Bling, yellow and black jacket. Derrin to the near side with Karsib. Spangled Mac is the back marker. Heading down towards the last 300. Kasim over on the far side with Rocking Ends. Desert Cop, Nationwide. Kendall Roy is running on the near side. They're inside the last 200. Nationwide far side with Roman Dragon and Desert Cop on the near side. Kendall Roy is coming home really well. Roman Dragon now being collared by Kendall Roy. Kendall Roy's won it. Second place Roman Dragon. Third Dubai Bling. Tight fourth Nationwide, Desert Cop. They're followed by Kasim and Rocking Ends. So great finish. Kendall Roy has won. Kendall Roy for Kate McGivern and Hussein Maki. What a spare ride. What a catch ride that was for Hussein. I really enjoyed that. Kendall Roy over the top. Roman Dragon has run another great race here in the Kingdom. In the money again. Remember, Roman Dragon was a horse who took out these Sprint Series last year, but Kendall Roy has gone on to win the Manama Cup. Number 6, Kendall Roy, the winner. Let's have a look at the closing stages. Here they are into the last 100. Roman Dragon running a massive race once more, just collared. Dubai Bling really rattling home there to take some money in third. So good result for Hugo Palmer with the second and third. Not quite the winner, but second and third. And it looks though Desert Cop has got fourth place. So provisionally the numbers: first number 6 Kendall Roy, second number 2 that was Roman Dragon, third number 12 Dubai Bling, and fourth number 11 the slow starting Desert Cop. So it's 6, 2, 12 and 11.
Well, Irish eyes smiling on the first night of the Turf Series as they were this time last year. In the middle distance division, it was Gavin Cromwell and Snellen who showed us what she could do on this particular night last year. Well, this time, take a bow, Katie McGivern. It is a shame, of course, that Sheenor couldn't be here. But a chance spare for Hussein Maki, and a horse with bundles of big race sprint, big field sprint experience in Ireland and indeed in the UK. Kendall Roy has gone on for success and marked himself out as a new kid on the Turf Series block. Beats the established in the form of Roman Dragon, who's run an absolute cracker on the far side. And when you consider that he picked up his big points come January in the Al-Rifa Cup and also the Al-Sakir in February, over 1,200 and back to the 1,000 again, they'll be delighted with that. So too the run of the third from the same stable, the 3-year-old lightly raced, fit off the plane, who only ran a week and a half ago at Wolverhampton, Dubai Bling. Great runs, the Hugo Palmer pair. Desert Cop in fourth, he's back for a bit more. Desert Cop's run well, so too's Rocking Ends. There's the celebrations. Well done, Katie McGivern. An opportunity spied, an opportunity exploited as well. Kendall Roy off the plane from Ireland goes and wins here. And the thoughts with Thunder of Niagara, who on first run for a long time and first run out here seemed to go wrong and was pulled up very, very early in the piece. We'll update you as and when we can. It's not the rider we expected, as a Sheenor would have watched on, but Congratulations to Hussein Maki, and indeed all connected with the Irish winner, Kendall Roy. Big series away, huge prize pots on offer. And maybe the rest of the series writes itself. We'll hear from the winning jockey in just a few moments' time. It's Kendall Roy, the first Turf Series winner of the new season.
And I'm with the winning team here, absolutely delighted, understandably. Kate, well done. What a great ride Hussein gave the horse, having only picked it up this afternoon.
Yeah, he picked it up at 10 to 5 when I had to make a decision, and he gave it an absolute peach from start to finish. The pace, the early pace, everything, the line, I mean, to perfection. Like, and obviously you will say that when you win, but if he blew up at the end, I know that's my fault, but he timed it perfect. It was excellent.
And what does this win mean to you, your first runner outside of the UK and Ireland?
It means everything. He is the funnest horse. Like, he tries every day he goes out. He's in bouncing form, but like, you don't know how they're going to travel over. But all I do know is every time I'm under pressure, he pulls it out of the bag. Like all the pressure that I'd have on myself and him, and he just does it anyway. I'm delighted.
And inspired in some way by your mum, who's here, who's had runners all over in Dubai particularly, but how much of you guys is a team effort?
It's brilliant, yeah. I don't know what I'd do without her, with all that ringing and asking and what'll I do. But no, she had winners in Dubai 20 years ago, and I got to go as a child and celebrate it, and I suppose that was the burning spark that drove us to Bahrain.
And what people might not realise is you've only got 2 horses in training, and this has been one of them. It's remarkable.
Yeah, and my other one runs at 5:30 in Dundalk tonight. So let's hope he wins and I have a double.
What an amazing double it would be, a cross the card double. Well done, and enjoy those celebrations.
Thank you so much.
So, welcome back, the winner of the Manama Cup, sponsored by BBK, partnered by Hussein Maki, trained by Kate McGibbon. This is Kendall Roy, owned by Kate McGibbon, Thomas Hoare and Shane Power.
لحظة خلي المالك يدش. Please, everybody, no problem.
Well, that's a first impression you can make. Hussein Maki for Katie McGibbon and Kendall Roy. They all combined for the very first time within the matter of hours, rather than anything pre-planned. But congratulations, and also best of luck as well to Katie with the other runner over in Dundalk this evening. What was that, 5:30? So around about an hour and 20, I think, out here, Bahrain time. Katie McGibbon, the trainer, the part owner, along with Thomas Hoare and Shane Power. Congratulations. Bold campaigning to bring this horse out here. It can be done. Irish has done it before. And as mentioned, the opportunity was spied, and the opportunity well and truly taken was Kendall Roy. This battle-hardened 4-year-old has gone and won. Usually partnered by the Irish champion Colin Keane, former Irish champion Colin Keane. It's now Hussein Maki who rides Kendall Roy on this occasion for success. Let's take it back to the start. And where did they all come from? Well, Kendall Roy, your winner. Straight out of 9, Roman Dragon at a track he knows well out of 6. His stablemate Dubai Bling much higher, and from further back as well. Spot from 15 with Desert Cop out of 3. Now, I understand the good news, or certainly better news than we might have feared. Horse 9, who broke from stall 13, Thunder of Niagara, on first run, as you can see there, being pulled up very, very sharply by Alberto Sanna, has walked back of his own accord as well, which is great. Walk back towards the stabling area, doubtless for more assessment, and hopefully will be none the worse for it. Excellent performance though it was from Kendall Roy. The trainer suggesting if he blew up, she knew where she was with this horse, but burst through for that success. Dubai Bling really catches the eye from where that horse has ultimately come from being in a high draw to get towards that far side centre. Roman Dragon blazing a trail over on the far side, and a number of those sitting right up and holding the pace as well. I'm sure that the team will be reasonably heartened with what they saw from Rocking Ends. One that caught the eye down towards the near side, 3 from the right as you see it, that was Chief Mankato. The trainer really fancied the track and trip would very much suit. Travelled very, very powerfully under Rosie Jessup. And if that's an augur as to what might happen next time, I'll be keeping an eye on this horse. But no doubt in the winner and what it meant as well to Hussein Maki. When the opportunity came his way, he has completely bitten the hand off those that offered it to him. Hussein Maki, Kendall Roy, Katie McGibbon, your first Turf Series winners of the new season. It is Kendall Roy, and we'll watch this space for what's next.
So we come to the trophy presentation for the Manama Cup, sponsored by BBK, the first Bahrain Turf Series race of the new season. And it has gone the way of Ireland. Kendall Roy, the winner of the Manama Cup. And we welcome up Tariq Safa, who is the chairman of the board of directors for the Bank of Bahrain and Kuwait, BBK, to present the trophy to our winning trainer. Well done to Kate McGibbon, who's receiving the trophy there from Tariq Safa alongside her mother, Laura Morgan, and our winning jockey, who of course is Hussein Maki. Well done to Kendall Roy, the winner of the Manama Cup, sponsored by BBK.
Of race 7, the Manama Cup, sponsored by BBK. First, number 6, Kendall Roy. Second, number 2, Roman Dragon. Third was number 12, Dubai Bling. Fourth, number 11, Desert Cop. And fifth, number 13, Nationwide. The distances half a length and the same, half a length and the same, and the official time of the winning horse, 59.60. 59.60. That result is official. Weighed in for race 7.
So the Turf Series is underway, and our final race, which is for the 2,000 metre runners, is the Mahar Cup. Now, 5 weeks ago, on this very evening here in Bahrain, we staged over 2,000 metres, probably the best race that's ever been run in the kingdom. It was the 7th running of the Bahrain International Trophy, a small field, but one of undoubted, unquestionable ability. When you throw in Royal Champion, who came through to win this, the likes of Military Order, up-and-comers Pride of Arras, the likes of Lions Pride and Bright Picture representing France, it was a fascinating coming together of different nations, different ages, different abilities, different distances and different run styles. And on the front end, Galen, under the brilliant Dylan Brown McMonagle, fresh from his success at the Breeders' Cup, took the free sweating front runner to the head of affairs. That was going to be a question, who would lead this? Did so in a first-time visor and judged the pace to a nicety. To my mind at least, and I think the figures argue this as well, it was a superb ride in defeat, getting all bar Royal Champion working out of their comfort zones to the effect that some of them ran on, but ultimately not to catch Galen. Royal Champion did though, and you can see there James Doyle replacing Clifford Lee, and our best wishes of course go out to him in his recovery. Sat in the colours of Sheikh Mohammed Abeid, the yellow with the black spots, in 4th at this point. He was the highest rated horse to come into the Bahrain International Trophy, and he stamped his class. He's named to be out of the top notch, and it was a performance of just that. He enjoyed the long straight here, and Carl Burke's first ever runner here in Bahrain gave him jitters. He felt like the bird had flown, as though Dylan Brown McMonagle had ridden it to an absolute tee on the front end, but James Doyle, alert to this, having absolutely none of it, and he had the horse to go through it as well. Galen wasn't stopping. Royal Champion just got into an irresistible stride down the outside, and it was the latest stakes winner around the world in the Annus Mirabilis of Carl Burke in 2025. He's had the most extraordinary year, and it can continue apace. Plans doubtless fluid for this horse, where next? But what it did do, when you see Royal Champion reeling in Galen, Military Order in 3rd from Pride of Arras and Lions Pride, it gives real substance and credence as to where they can take the Bahrain International Trophy. They want it to get to the top level. It won't be this year coming, I'm sure. Might even be a couple of years down the line, but with performances like this, they're going to, hopefully, by the time the Bahrain International Trophy is a decade old in a couple of years' time, have the great race, the already great race, as a Group 1. That is the dream here for all that set up the Bahrain Turf Club and the Bahrain International Trophy of 2025, and Royal Champions find success under James Doyle for Carl Burke and Sheikh Mohammed Abeid. They've got every reason to dream that it's a performance like that that can really exalt the levels of the big race. That was 5 weeks ago, and it was our, of course, flagship race of the season, but the Turf Series is well and truly underway. Kendall Roy won the sprint, the opening race of the sprinting division, and we've got the Mahar Cup just around the corner, that for the middle distance horses.
Well, I've spoken to the man on my right 4 times already this evening because he's won 4 races. Sadly, it wasn't to be a 5th, Ibrahim. You finished 3rd, though, really good 3rd on Dubai Bling in that Turf Series race. Talk me through the race.
Yeah, first of all, big thank to Hugo Palmer. I won for him his first one in Bahrain, the Turf Series. So yeah, the race was too fast. The horse, he ran so good. He jumped and they went too fast. So I was behind the pace. I was searching a gap to pass through. So it was too late, you know. He was trying until the finish line. He ran so good, yeah.
2 weeks' time, though, there'll be a race over 1,200 metres. That suit him better?
For sure, yeah. The way he ran today, he will be better over 6 furlong. I think he'll be a good choice.
Now, you were the first Bahraini jockey to win a Turf Series race. What kind of, how much would that mean then tonight for Hussein Maki to win?
Yeah, for sure. It means a lot for him. We saw him after the race. He celebrated very nicely. So hopefully more to come for the Bahraini jockeys. And big thanks to the trainers that support the Bahraini jockeys. It's nice to ride to UK trainers and to win for them.
Yeah, how much do you enjoy the association as a Bahraini jockey then teaming up with the international trainer?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's nice to ride for them, and they're using the Bahraini jockeys. You know, it means a lot. Maybe at the future they can use the Bahraini jockeys more and more.
Now, I know a couple of seasons ago you spent the summer with Andrew Balding in the UK. Do you have ambitions to try and race perhaps in the UK or in other jurisdictions?
For sure, yeah. After the season finish, I think I will look forward to go to the UK and race there. Inshallah, everything will be smoothly, and we'll try our best.
Well, some important business here in the meantime, though, before that. Good luck with the rest of the season. You haven't got a ride in this last race. Who do you see as the likely winner? Putting you on the spot.
Thank you very much for your... No, I'm not riding at this race, yeah. Thank you very much, and hopefully, inshallah, the next Turf Series race, I can have a winner.
I'm sure you will, yeah. I'm sure you'll have a ride in the next one. But, yeah, who do you see could come out on top in this final race?
Yeah, we'll see here. There is a good horses at this race. We'll see Knight. I'll say Knight. He ran good 2 races. I think he's the best in this race. I will choose Knight. There is some couple of new horses, first time in Bahrain. I don't know if the ground will suit them. And, you know, as we can see today, they just arrived from a long trip. So hopefully they run good today.
Well, look, well done this evening with your 4-timer, a magical 4-timer, and good luck for the rest of the Turf Series.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our final race tonight is race 8, and on this World Feed show, bringing you the beginning of the Turf Series, it is the 3rd race, and it is the beginning of the middle distance horses and their Turf Series. It begins now. The Mahar Cup, sponsored by Alba, and it's run over 2,000 metres. Last year's winner of it was Snellen, previous Royal Ascot winner, and the winner 2 years ago was the almighty Isle of Jura. Number 1 is Merlin's Beard, 2 Signalman Doesn't Go, 3 is Bleak, 4, Knight, unfortunately, a significant non-runner. Number 5 is Max Mayhem, nowadays of George Baker, a previous winner across the Gulf in Dubai. 6 is Roller Jam. High Royal, we've heard from Amy Ryan, and so to Jason Hart as well, as we welcome Kevin Ryan to racing here in Bahrain for the first time. Very good horse in the UK. Knight of Honour is number 8. Salaman KHALID is 9. Phoenix Passion is 10. 11 is Cloud Seeker. Could we have another Irish winner in the Turf Series? We already had one. Golmarg is 12. Nesthorn, another for George Baker, formerly trained in France for Juddmonte. Dane Manutin, as we welcome Lucinda Russell and Michael Scudamore. More associated, of course, with places like Ayr and Aintree, but now Bahrain. Athan is at the bottom for Rosie Jessup. So let's have a look at the horses in the flesh. This is Merlin's Beard. He's chipped in a big old way in the Turf Series last year. He beat Soldier's Empire, the series winner, and Mr. Allen, who in the end finished second in the series in the Anchorman Cup back in January. So he's very much capable on his day. Finished 8th to remarkable Isle of Jura in this race 2 years ago. Horses 2 and 4 non-runners, so let's have a look at number 5. This is Max Mayhem, new recruit for George Baker, who knows what it takes to win these kind of races, thinking of Lucander and co. Purchased out of Hilo KBAC's Newmarket base for 28,000 guineas, and beautiful performance to go and win at Meydan back in March, 2,400 metres that day. So he'll get a drop in, I'm sure, from a wider draw and hold up through the race. 6 is Roller Jam, who made quite a pleasing return here a few weeks ago with that third run behind Tawarek. Haven't seen so much of the horse since. Was well beaten in this 2 years ago and probably has it to do. Roller Jam. 7 is High Royal. As mentioned, we welcome Kevin Ryan, 150,000 guineas owner switch, former Jabber Abdullah runner, and now in 4 more familiar colours here, Ahmed Racing. It's a rare foray as far as the 2,000 metres is concerned, but he's a class act. He finished 2nd in the 2,000 guineas, 3rd in the Irish equivalent and 5th in the Lockinge. His handicap form is very good indeed. If he translates it, he's a big player. 8 is Knight of Honour. He had a big role to play in the series last year. He beat Killybeg's Warrior Bleak and Soldier's Empire, a neck and the same in the best finish to any race probably across the season last year. And they found a fair level with Knight of Honour. Won a couple of races last term. Number 9 is Salman KHALID. At the end of the first complete year out here, he won twice, April, then again after the break in October, and I suppose a personal best was that 3rd in the King's Cup Festival in March. He might come a little bit short, but Salman KHALID's having a good first year. 10 is Phoenix Passion, who's been in good form either side of the summer off. Did try to give 2 kilograms to the now absent Knight last time, which was always going to be difficult, and would have had a weight pull with that rival. More of a pull for the fact that Knight's not here. He would have been a form player. 11 is Cloud Seeker. We've had an Irish winner with Kendall Roy. We had an Irish winner of this race last year with Snellam. We welcome Andrew Slattery. Jockey knows the course rather well. Sheen McSweeney. Or better now. Handicapper who stays further than this in Ireland. And any rain that came yesterday could have been a negative, albeit it seems to have dried up quite well. Cloud Seeker, an interesting runner. 11, Cloud Seeker. He's quite a versatile horse, nice horse as well. 12 comes next, Golmarg, who ran a decent second behind Raw Scimitar on return and was far from disgraced in a Turf Series race or two, certainly back in February. Tom Eaves rides. Might come up a little bit short in the context of things, but Tom Eaves experiencing Bahrain and racing out here for the first time this weekend. 13 is Nesthorn, the French import for George Baker, a 2nd in the race for George. Left Francis Graffards, the all-conquering in France. Actually last seen behind a subsequent, well, the stablemate and subsequent art winner De Ritz. Gelded since, 60 grand purchase for George Baker by Megan Nichols, no stranger in this parish. And they do know the type to bring out here. Interesting runner indeed. 14, Dane Manutin. New ground for Michael Scudamore and Lucinda Russell. Dual Grand National winning trainer, Lucinda. And she said they've done Ireland, France, but this is a fair old way further, trying the Middle East for the first time. Progressive through last season. York Ebel meeting winner. Lesser exposed as far as this. And it's got plenty of speed. Definitely fancied in some quarters. Athan is 15, who sneaks in at the bottom, but is in very good form and has propelled himself into the Turf Series. He's on a hat-trick, won twice already in December, both over shorter and weight for age contests, so this is better, much better race. And this requires more, but is well worth a go considering the form that he's in. Horse 3 was late into the parade ring and is going straight out. That is Bleak, who ran well in the Turf Series last year, picked up a good few points in it. I found the principles probably too good in some of the races, but the 1800 metres in January and February were good. So let's see how the 2000 goes today.
Well, George Baker and his wife Candida have sent a strong team yet again out here for the winter. Candida, firstly, just a bit of reaction on Desert Cop finishing 4th in the sprint race. Been pleased with that. He's a remarkably consistent horse here.
He loves it here, I have to say. I don't know what it is. He got off the plane and he just lights up. I'm delighted with 4th. Callum got off him and said, actually, if he broke better, he'd have been in contention. I thought this would probably just throw get the cobwebs out. So, no, delighted with him. Thank you.
Right, you've got 2 in this race, Max Mayhem and Nesthorn, both new horses to you. How would you split the pair?
Well, it's a really good question. You've got the old timer in Max Mayhem, you've got the young pretender in Nesthorn. They've both been working incredibly well. They don't need, and they've both got very wide draws, which doesn't bother us because they're not front runners. They're going to tuck in and find their level. They've both got very big strides though, so I don't want them to get into too much traffic. So I think if the traffic is there, I don't mind if they come a little wide.
Max Mayhem is the international favourite for this race, but just focusing on a Nesthorn, it's a very exciting horse, Group 2 placed.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse that he fractured his pelvis a long time ago, which is why he's been very lightly raced. And we bought him for 60,000 at the Tattersall's sales. He's by a not very fashionable stallion, and I couldn't really understand why we got him for that, because he's a really, I mean, his mind is amazing. And what they say is if you have a racehorse with a good mind, then you've hopefully got a good one. So I have no idea, but we are very excited to see how he runs too.
And Max Mayhem, as you said, he's travelled over well. At least he's done a bit of travelling. He's obviously won at Meydan in the past.
Yeah, no, he didn't turn a hair on the flight. In fact, he was there with his eye mask on, eating, drinking, watching movies and having a lovely time.
I was asking about the horse.
I mean the horse. No, he's a very strong, very powerful, he's actually a very difficult ride, and Harriet, who rides him, settles him beautifully. He doesn't want a man to mess about with him and pull him around, and she actually gets a great tune out of him, but let's see.
Good luck. I see your jockeys are waiting there behind, but again, give them their instructions.
Thank you.
Yeah, fans of the Turf Series would have enjoyed watching its development over the last few years or so as it moves on into its 5th campaign, 2025-26, and expanded last year to fill 12 races, goes through 3 months, or just under, until the King's Cup Festival come early March. $1 million is on offer as regards full prize money, and the points awarded accordingly. 15 to the winner, 10 to the second, and down to 7, 5 and 3 for horses that finished 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively. Plenty to play for, and the nature of the series, the competitive nature of the series, means it's gone near enough to the wire in plenty of recent years, not least the sprint division last year and also the middle distance. We were treated to some fireworks on the final day. International markets, very interesting indeed. There's a key non-runner or two in this race. But having heard from Candida Baker there, who's got a couple of runners in this race, Nesthorn and Max Mayhem, it is the latter who runs for the first time for George Baker's team, who's come from Hilal Kabaisi, who is very well fancied indeed, Max Mayhem. He's already found a corner of the Middle East to conquer with that 2400 metre handicap success at Meydan. But he's got that bit of speed for shorter as well, and that is exactly the kind of thing you're going to want around here. He's got that wider draw in 14, but he's the kind that's going to want to be held up and settle in the early stages, I'm sure. There is 11. And Cloud Seeker bids to become the second Irish winner of this race in a row and the second Irish winner tonight as well. He would have been ridden by Sheen Orr, but Sheen McSweeney takes over, and Sheen Orr, who's already missed out on the one winner, could potentially do so as well with Cloud Seeker, who's a handicapper who stares further than this in Ireland, who's got some decent enough form. And the rain that came down yesterday wouldn't have been a negative necessarily. I know it's been drying out, but they welcomed it now that they race on the inner track for the first time since meeting 2 on November the 7th. Al-Mohammadiyah Racing, you can see a couple of their horses at the top of the screen, well represented as well you might imagine. Salamanca Lad takes a spin, number 9, and he's won twice here in his first year out here. But the market, as mentioned, internationally, focusing on Max Mayhem, so too High Royal as well, one of the Al-Mohammadiyah Racing runners, and a first out here for Kevin Ryan, whose daughter and assistant, Amy, came to speak to us earlier. And on the claims of High Royal, so too Jason Hart. Jason, who's second in the Jockey Championship out here, knows High Royal well, and a horse who's having a rare foray as far as 2,000 metres, but with abundant class form in the UK in years gone by. He was a massive price, but he did finish second to Cowdean in the Guineas at Newmarket, then finished third in the Irish equivalent, and since running good handicaps in the UK. And if you can translate that out here, High Royal has to be of real interest. Others who've captured the imagination of the international markets, as mentioned, Max Mayhem, very well fancied indeed. Salamanca Lad, a little bit shorter perhaps than I thought he might be. Nesthorn, bigger of the two George Baker runners, but still not too far off the top of the market. And the Scottish runner, Dane Manutton, will have plenty of followers as the training duo break new ground. Michael Scudamore and Lucinda Russell, Cheltenham Festival winners, and in the form of Lucinda Russell, horses like Correct Rambler and One for Arthur have given a Grand National success. So let's see how Bahrain goes with this York Ebor meeting winner, who's got loads of speed and progressed plenty through last season. We'll see how this horse can go out here. Okay, horses heading behind for the final race of the day, the second of the 2 Turf Series races. Let's get to Ali.
Yeah, thank you. The first one, of course, went to Ireland. Can the second one? Now there is Cloud Seeker, who's trained by Andrew Slattery. Brian Slattery joins me. Andrew's what, in Dundalk?
Yeah, he's in Dundalk. We have a couple of runners tonight, so I was lucky I got the good draw tonight.
Certainly did. You enjoying your time here?
Yeah, no, we've been looked after really well. We'd like to thank the Bahrain Turf Club for inviting us over, and Anud, they've been all wonderful people, and we're very grateful to be here.
How's Cloud Seeker travelled over?
He's travelled over really well. He's took it, we couldn't have took it any better, and we're hoping for a good run. We've left plenty on him that he'll improve throughout the series, but we still think he's fit enough to do himself justice tonight.
He's drawn 13. Would he still go forward from there?
He'll roll forward. He'll not necessarily make the running now or anything, but he'll roll forward and try and get in as close to the rail as he can.
Now, we had a bit of rain yesterday, but the going is still fast as good. Is that the kind of ground he likes?
Yeah, he loves good ground. Good ground are good to farm. We had a walk at the track this morning, and the ground is beautiful.
Brilliant. Well, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
So could Irish Eyes be smiling for the second time tonight? And second time in a row in this particular race, we'll find out. There's Salamanca Lad, horse 9, who's already won twice this year since coming to Bahrain for the first time. That personal best was probably the third at the King's Cup Festival back in March, and maybe with the acclimatisation and learning the landscape out here in Bahrain might well be getting better and better. Nesthorn, fascinating runner for George Baker, who also runs Max Mayhem. 2 new recruits, different routes, and as Candida Baker said, different types of horses, different age ranges and exposure to racing as well. Nesthorn once with Francis Graffard and Jubmont, now with new owners and George Baker, and a team that is fully synonymous with Bahrain and the Turf Series. It wouldn't be quite that without them. But the overhead pictures, as hopefully The last few will go forward for the second of the Turf Series races. Race 2 of the 12-strong schedule, the Mahar Cup, sponsored by Alba, 2,000 metres on the inner track. That is your course today. 7, just needing some more assistance to go forward. High Royal, classic place twice, 5th in a Lock-Inge in the UK. Been it, seen it, done it there. What can he do in Bahrain? We'll find out. We'll go up for the last race with thanks for the call on the big one for the middle distance horses to Darren Owen.
Salamanca Lad goes in. This is the Al Maharat Cup, sponsored by Alba, 2,000 metres, set to go, and they're off. And away smartly in the centre was Athan as they link onto the main track from the chute, racing promptly to the outside. Salamanca Lad getting a position to the inner is Roller Jam, Dermanet in the yellow jacket, and the stripes of Cloud Seeker just in behind the leaders. Leaders are being followed by Phoenix Passion as they make the approach to the turn with Gold Marg alongside Merlin's Beard. Note the yellow cap. Nesthorn is next in the field. The High Royal is off the pace with Knight of Honour. Bleak is the back marker, but Dermanutin is going forward as they go into that turn with Salamanca Lad and Athan for company. They start the run down the back with 1,400 left to go, and down the outside Salamanca Lad, Athan on the inner. Dermanutin is widest of all. Roller Jam's just behind them with Cloud Seeker, Merlin's Beard. Further back then to Gulmarg in company with Phoenix Passion, who's on the inside running rail. To the outside is Max Mayhem, who's being followed then further back by Knight of Honour, and Bleak is the back marker. And there is a problem with Salamanca Lad's saddle. Marco Gianni has lost his irons on Salamanca Lad. Salamanca Lad, Athan, Dermanutin, Cloud Seeker, Roller Jam, Merlin's Beard, Max Mayhem, Knight of Honour. They're the front bunch, followed by High Rollers up along the inside. Heading now towards the last 600. Dermanutin is going wide. Something amiss probably there with Dermanutin. Didn't do Knight of Honour any favours. So quite a lot of drama going on. And Marco Gianni sticking to the task with Salamanca Lad. Athan's on the inside. Here comes Max Mayhem, who's getting into the race very stylishly. Merlin's Beard and Cloud Seeker are following, and then comes Goldmark to the wide outside inside the last 400 metres, and it is Salamanca Lad and Merlin's Beard, Max Mayhem, Goldmark, and over the top Nesthorn coming with a big run. They're entering the final 200, and it's Nesthorn down the outside over on the far running rail, holding every chance. It's High Royal, but it's Nesthorn who's beginning to assert, and Nesthorn's got it in the bag. Nesthorn the winner, High Royal second place, Phoenix Passion third, Cloud Seeker and Roller Jam, they cross the line together for fourth. So it is Nesthorn the winner. Number 13, Benoit de la Sayette, and George Baker for the Have Horse Will Travel partnership. And certainly this team, the Baker team, travel. It's Nesthorn who was a winner at Le Croisé-le-Roche, which is a very tight track. Those of you who know Chester, it makes Chester look like Newmarket. It's that tight. And this horse won there for Francis-Henri Graffard and Judmont. And Nesthorn, first run for Team Baker, first run in the kingdom, and has won that with authority. Authority, that's probably the key word. Nesthorn, number 13, the winner. Big run there from High Royal over on the far running rail. High Royal has got second place, Phoenix Passion third, and it'll be a photo for fourth position. 13, Nesthorn, 7, High Royal, 10, Phoenix Passion.
The name really, isn't it? The Have Horse Will Travel partnership. Congratulations indeed. And it's Baker in Bahrain again. Nesthorn, in what was a rough race, seems to avoid some of the trouble that would have gone on and befallen a few of the others over on that far side to give George Baker, Candida Baker, the team, yet further success here, doing so on the first run since coming across from France and since joining up with the team. And it was that conscious effort to pull this horse, this largely unexposed horse, certainly in the context of what we've seen in others, down towards the outside. And that was doubtless the opportunity to go and win your race, because it was rough for one or two of the others. Did Cloud Seeker ever get a run until right at the end? High Royal under Jason Hart had to really forage for space to try and get through, and did so. But maybe the winning of the race, or certainly the ability to get that clear run and quicken for Nesthorn, was to do it down the outside. And a moment of inspiration for Benoit de Sayette could have been all determining. This French import, who was last seen running for Francis Graffard behind, we didn't know it then, his stable mate Arc winner Darrett. They sold the horse for 60,000, purchased by George Baker, and of course of this parish, Megan Nichols, who knows what it takes out in Bahrain as well. She's across the Gulf today, but I'm sure she'll be absolutely delighted to hear that Nesthorn has won. It's a double on the night for Benoit de la Salle. He's very much enjoyed things. And Nesthorn is going to be a fixture doubtless for the Turf Series to come. They don't miss too many big days, the Bakers, when it comes to these kind of races. The Turf Series will be fully mapped out, and Nesthorn is very much a winner in the squad now. Let's hear from the winning rider.
Well, let's have a word with our winning jockey then, Benoit de la Salle. Just saw some of the replays on the big screen there. You managed to stay out of trouble, out of all that drama.
Yes, look, he was off the track for quite a while. George bought him. Look, we were drawn 15. We thought the best idea would probably just drop in and just let him find his feet and just go from there. He always tend to go a good gallop here, and look, it's nice for horses to finish off their race the other way around, considering he has flown from the UK. So no, absolutely delighted with him, and it was quite a dramatic race, but look, I had a lovely way round, and when I asked him to quicken, he galloped all the way till the line, so couldn't be more pleased with him.
He's got some nice form in France for Henri-Francis Graffard. What kind of feel did he give you?
Look, he's got very good form, but it's up and down. So no, look, it's nice for him to come back and win again after his previous win the time before. But look, George has bought a nice horse to run in these races through the winter.
And for you, you're based here this winter. Nice to be on the in the winners' rostrum on these big stages.
Exactly. Look, Bahrain Turf Club, they do a brilliant job, and look, it's broadcasted in the UK and all around Europe and over here. So no, look, it means a lot. It's my first winter over here. I've been very welcomed, and look, it's nice to have a winner yesterday and two today. It means a lot.
Yeah, treble over the 2 days. Well done then to our winning jockey, Benoit de la Salle, as he heads back into the winners' enclosure, back into the parade ring to be greeted by Team Baker.
The judges' placings for the 8th race, the Mahar Cup, sponsored by Alba. First, number 13, Nesthorn. Second was number 7, High Royal. Third, number 10, Phoenix Passion. Fourth, number 11, Cloud Seeker. And fifth, number 6, Roller Jam.
Well done to Benoit de la Salle, and every reason to be based out here with the riches on offer, the competition of racing, the opportunities as well. $48,000 to the winner here, and the opportunity arises to go through the rest of the Turf Series as well. And with Nesthorn, they've got a 3-year-old who's an up-and-comer, well-bred, formerly of Juddmonte, bred by Juddmonte, and now goes for George Baker and Candida there walking alongside. It's their second home, really, the home from home that is Bahrain. And for the Have Horse Will Travel partnership, they travelled this fella straight away. And as soon as you join up with George Baker, you've got half a chance of being in Bahrain, I'm sure. Well done to the whole team. They can dream big, and they can dream bigger. The riches as well, as part of this Turf Series, have won the first race for the middle distance horses. It is the Mahar Cup, and it is Nesthorn. All smiles. Well done, that team. They're used to the winners' enclosure in Bahrain. Now, this was the determining factor, where our first and second, with High Royal, a position in front of Nesthorn at this point. One went off towards that far side, the inner rail. The other came down towards the near side, gave up a length or two in doing so. But that was the ability where the horse shown that real change of gear 300 metres from the line to go and quicken down the outer, avoid any form of trouble, which certainly came the way of a couple of them, and quicken up like a good one, and was well on top from High Royal, who's probably got the 2,000 metres right at the end of his tether at the end, but still runs well. So too Phoenix Passion, who've been in good form as well. It makes you think, where would Knight have finished in this? There might be other opportunities for that horse. Nesthorn, a newcomer to Bahrain, wins the first middle distance Turf Series race, Ali.
A word with Candida. Candida, what an exciting horse to look forward to out here.
I know, it's so exciting. No, I chuffed to bits, but I mean, he's only 3-year-old, and he's got such a good mind for a racehorse. He's so laid back, so easy to do anything with. I mean, he came down here like he's been here, you know, whereas actually Max Mayhem was jumping around like a lunatic. So, no, I'm chuffed to bits. He's having a good blow too. We will look after this one.
And you know, you guys have supported the Bahrain Turf Club all the seasons since the Turf Series started, what, 5 seasons ago, and it means a lot to the team to then get in the winners' enclosure.
Do you know what? Coming to Bahrain has been an absolute privilege for all of us, for my family, for my friends. My parents come here every year, and to have a winner here, it's not easy, and it's getting harder and harder. So I'm absolutely delighted.
George watching from home?
He is. My phone has been pinging, but I haven't spoken to him yet. So, hi, darling, if you're there.
Well, look, enjoy the celebrations. Well done.
Thanks very much, Dan.
So here is the result of the Mahar Cup, sponsored by Alba. First, number 13, Nesthorn. Second, number 7, High Royal. Third was number 10, Phoenix Passion. Fourth, number 11, Cloud Seeker. And fifth, number 6, Roller Jam. The distances there were 2 3/4 lengths and 1 length. That's 2 3/4 lengths and 1 length. And the official time winning horse, 2 minutes 03.01. 2 minutes 03.01. That result is official. Weighed in for race 8.
So we come to the trophy presentation for our final race. This is the Mahar Cup, sponsored by Alba, and we are welcoming onto the stage to present the trophy on behalf of our sponsors, Hisham Al-Kahaji, as well alongside Fahad Danish, and also Abdullah Siadi, all here on behalf of Alba. We're very grateful for them sponsoring. We've got the Chief Marketing Officer, the Chief HR Officer and the Manager of HR Operations here from Alba to present the trophy to the winner of the Mahar Cup. Well done to Nesthorn. Connections then going up. Well done to our winning trainers, George Baker. Candida Baker is here to collect the trophy on behalf of George, our winning trainer. Victoria Spencer also up there to receive the trophy on behalf of our winning owners, the Have Horse Will Travel Partnership, and our winning jockey is Benoit de la Sayette. Nesthorn, the winner of the Mahar Cup, sponsored by Alba.
So the first Turf Series races of 2025-26 go the way, first both of them, go the way and deeply so as well, placings of the foreign raiders. If you can call George Baker that, he kind of feels like a local, doesn't he?
He just certainly does. He's been supporting the Bahrain Turf Series since its inception, 5 seasons ago. And I have to say, coming into this evening, I thought that the home team had quite a good squad. And it's hard for these international horses to come over. They've been here for less than a week. You know, it's been deep, dark winter back in the UK to come here. But a brilliant win for Kate McGovern, given she's only got 2 horses in training, and to have Kendall Roy, who's been such a superstar for her, she's only been training for a few years, a wonderful win. And you could see the emotion on Candida Baker's face as I said, they've supported the Turf Series so much to come here. Ness Thorne's a very, very exciting addition to their team.
But all of we've seen tonight, you've got that feeling that there are lots of chapters to write over the next few weeks and months. You're going to be here. I'm going to dip in from time to time. Can't wait to see how it unfolds, because if it goes down to the last night on both parts of the series as it did last year, we're in for a treat.
We certainly are. There were some very promising runs. I mean, there was a pretty dramatic second race there, and there'll be lots of hard luck stories, lots of reflections on that race. So there's plenty of storylines to follow through the rest of the season, right through to the middle of March.
We are just about done from night 1 of the Turf Series. Ali, thank you very much indeed. We'll see you again in January. Happy Christmas to you and the family in between time, and to you as well. We will leave you with the highlights we enjoyed on a wonderful night of racing. Bye-bye.